We are going to resume the workshop. We just concluded our brief recess. The item that we're currently on is the Lansing meeting location. So as most of you guys know, we did approve that a meeting is going to take place in Lansing next year. The conversation that we're about to have is where that Lansing meeting is going to take place. So there's basically three options. There's space in a conference room in the Bogie Tower. That's where our state lobbyist firm is located. Yep, and then there is the House office building. The Mackinac Room exists within that, which would provide a kind of a unique opportunity. It's where the House of Representatives sometimes meets. And then there is the DoubleTree. So while I was in Lansing last week testifying, I did a tour of all three locations. The DoubleTree is a location that we've had the meeting at previously, so that wasn't really required. For what it's worth, I would recommend the DoubleTree for the simple reason that there's a parking garage attached to the hotel. If tribal members are going to be staying overnight, there's a hotel there, obviously. There's sufficient space in that parking garage. It's pretty affordable, and there's a restaurant as well. With the Bogie Tower and the House office building, parking isn't right there, so people will have to walk. Also, the meeting space within those buildings is difficult to locate. You'd have to tell people, go up to this floor, go around that corner, turn left, turn right. And because those buildings don't exist just for us exclusively, it would be difficult to put signage up, and I confirmed that with our lobbyist. So, Mike, if you want to chime in, now's the opportunity.
Before Mike does, I just want to remind the board, when you approved the 2026 calendar, you directed, and I talked about this last week because it was the end of January, you directed me to find a location in Lansing by the end of January and bring it back to you. The reason Mike is involved is because I don't get out much. I'm not familiar with anything in Lansing other than I know where the DoubleTree is now and I know where my brother lives. But, so part of that direction, and I don't know if Jess has any updates, but Director Lee had suggested, instead of doing a community meeting at that time when we go down in July, that we try to hold like a powwow there for the tribal community there, which is really why I got Mike involved, because he's more familiar with that kind of thing. I don't know the feasibility of trying to coordinate a powwow downstate. I let you all know at the time. That would be a cultural division thing. I sent the notice to Jess and Cody. So I don't know if there's any updates on that. My preference, when I was looking at some of the locations Mike and Shannon had sent, one area, and I don't know if it's that Mackinac Room you're talking about, can only seat like 40 people, and we know that's not going to work for at least the community portion, or if we just have a meeting, the members are probably going to come to that. DoubleTree, we can fit a lot of people in. It was a nice location. It's the easiest for me to schedule, so but I want to do whatever the full board wants to do as far as this goes.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. Like I said, the Mackinac Room is definitely a unique experience. It's beautiful in there. It's where the House of Representatives meets on occasion, but you're not going to be able to have a cultural gathering like a powwow in there. It's not large enough, and it's in an isolated location within that building, and it would just be, frankly, very difficult for people to find, even if they were able to get parking to be able to get there. So, Mike, if you want to speak, and then I'll call on the board for discussion. What are your thoughts? Maybe Jess has something to say as well?
I just wanted to give a brief update on the powwow. Cody and I did briefly talk about that, but I guess the question would be, since I think the meeting's on a Tuesday, and I don't know if we're doing the community hour on, Wednesday or Monday, however we're doing that, I just feel like a Monday or a Wednesday is going to be a difficult day to get people to come to a powwow. Unless it was like something short in the evening, but that would just be my concern, because if it was on a Saturday or, Sunday, different story, but during the week it might be more difficult to get people there.
Mike?
I think you did a wonderful job explaining that, both you and Lana. I guess I would add, last year we had a good attendance. And if we go to the DoubleTree again, they'll be familiar with the place, and there's parking available. The Mackinac Room will be, in the future, sometime a good experience for all. I don't know if we're ready, we haven't figured out the parking situation yet for that. And the chairman is correct. We had to go up a certain elevator, come down and around and go through several people and floors and to go across to get to the Mackinac Room. And I think that would be very confusing for our, for us and our membership.
Okay, appreciate it, Mike. Lana, then Aaron.
Yeah, so last year was the DoubleTree. That's the old Radisson. That's where we have always had it, and that's pretty central located. I agree with 100% with that. And then as far as the powwow, or something, I'm in support of that when Director Lee brought it up. And even if Monday or even Wednesday night, we had a feast and the drum there and, offered dancers to come, because there's not just dancers here, there's dancers down there too. If we had a feast and a drum, so instead of a dinner, have a feast down there. And I know that there's community resources in every unit that probably would, take the time to go there. So if the division reached out, I know we have a drumming unit too that probably could try to attend. So, that's something I'm in support of. That's one of the big things they brought up last time we were down there for the membership concerns. Or was that Novi? Anyways, was it last year? Yeah, they brought up, their lack of culture. So I think that's where the director was coming from. So if we even had like the drum or a couple drums and a 3-hour feast or something, I don't know. But I'm in support of that and not just letting it go. And I'd be willing to help any way I could as well.
Okay, Aaron, then Kim Lee.
Yeah, I would like to add, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bath. It doesn't need to be a full-blown powwow, but, if we listened to, I think that's why Director Lee brought it up, what we heard there is a real thirst for access to our culture. And so if we did like a feast and we did a cultural exposition, which we know how to do those, and you identify a couple of dancers. We could contract with some of our dancers here to go down. We have a whole bunch of tribal members that live down there as well. And there's a network of people that are Sioux tribe down there that could be invited to do dance exhibitions. So we could do drumming and dance exhibitions. It doesn't have to be, it'd be nice if we did at least one round dance where everybody can participate. That has become really popular with tribes right after the pandemic. Everybody was doing round dances except for us. And so that would be great. But the other thing is, since we're talking summertime, a possible venue might be the Nokomis Learning Center. That is in Okemos. That's about maybe 10 miles from the capital. And a lot of our people in that area are accustomed to going to the Nokomis Learning Center. One of their members of the board of directors is a Sioux tribe member. And also the Nokomis Learning Center was created by a Sioux tribe member, Dr. George Cornell. So that's kind of our home away from home, where people congregate. There used to be a Lansing Indian Center. Mike will remember that. That's a long time ago. But that doesn't exist anymore. So Nokomis might be a good option. We could have, that's outdoors. We could have, well, it might be tight to have a meeting there. So anyway, that's my input.
Okay, Kim Lee.
Well, we usually go down for a couple nights, so the potential of doing something maybe even on a Sunday, because I think that we can think of a lot of reasons why we can't, but I also think we can come up with more reasons that it is a good idea. And I don't know what the Nokomis Learning Center is, or if there's space there. If there's not space there, what other options do we have for such an event? Because obviously, I don't think that the Roundtree is probably going to end up working for, something small. But again, I think that those are just reasons and excuses, and we need to look at all the options to say, how can we do this, not can we do this? So that's all.
So how about this, you guys? How about the administration works with the cultural department to try to come up with some recommendations for what kind of cultural event that we have, whether it's a full-blown powwow or whether or not it's a cultural exhibition. They present it to us and we give final approval. It sounds like the DoubleTree is going to be the best option. Our members are accustomed to going to the DoubleTree. It's centrally located. There's a parking garage attached, and that room has the largest capacity out of all the spaces that are being considered. It really does. Beyond that, I want to offer one more thing. So as you guys know, we did that bison harvest. On Thursday, I'm gonna pick up that meat, and about 200 pounds will be available to each of your units. But that developer is donating an entire bison to the Sioux tribe, and we talked about potentially having community feast. What's everyone's thoughts of, instead of doing that, we bring coolers of that meat down to Lansing, we can use it to incentivize people showing up, should be about 200 to 250 pounds. You know, usually at powwows like that, you know, you're giving something to your members. You know, what is everyone's thoughts? Is everyone okay with that? We can rededicate that meat for that purpose to get people in the door, you know, as a thank you for showing up to the meeting, thank you for showing up to the cultural event. Is everyone okay with that first off before we call on the speaker list? Okay, you have a comment? Go ahead.
Was her issue on the last thing, or I don't?
Did you raise your hand, Kim?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just gonna say that that's not, I didn't mean the round tree wasn't, I think that that's a.
The double tree.
Or double tree for the meeting. I don't disagree with that, but I was just thinking, can we look outside the box to see if there's any other options for, even if it's not a large powwow, but a smaller.
Okay. I think they should come back with some recommendations, give us some options, because they're the ones that's gonna be running it and planning it for us. Okay, Lana?
Mine's on the, you said that there's gonna be 200 pounds distributed for the units.
For each unit, yep.
Is that how, what's the process of how that's gonna be distributed?
The elder division is gonna bring it down the unit. What they've been doing is they've just been handing it out to members. So I would get in touch with Katie Peabody after we pick it up, figure out when she's planning on bringing it to your unit, advertise that it's gonna be brought there. That way you can get the word out so people can show up to those meetings and pick it up. So 200 some pounds is a lot of meat.
Can you make sure that the directors know when that is? Because we've had questions before, how come I didn't get any? So that we can post a flyer, we can get that flyer out and let them know so that they know that they can pick it up, so everybody has an equal opportunity to get it.
I will ask Katie to produce a flyer when the meat is gonna be delivered to each elder meeting, and then you guys will be privy to that, and you guys can help
Perfect.
spread the word.
Thank you.
But yeah, it'll be about 200 pounds of burger for each unit. So what's everyone's thoughts on reserving that last donated bison to the Lansing meeting, cultural event, whichever one we want to give it to them? Should be about 200, 250 pounds of meat. Okay, all right, let's do it then.
Make some Indian tacos out
Can
of
I
that
get-
bison meat.
As for
Down there.
just clarification
With the powwow.
for
Go
my
ahead.
part of it.
Yep, go ahead, yep.
Okay, so we will reserve the DoubleTree for the actual meeting. I believe it's Tuesday, July 21st. We'll do it for the workshop meeting day. With doing the cultural event down there, are we still doing a community meeting? And I do have a follow-up to that.
So, I mean, I don't know the way it's gonna go. So the community meeting was very beneficial. Every time we have it, whether it's in Detroit or Lansing, people really love it because it's one of their only opportunities to have questions and answers with tribal leadership. So I definitely think that we should have that the night before. Usually people will trickle in to Lansing the day before, you know, in preparation of that meeting. So most of us are there anyways. But as far as like the powwow cultural event, like I don't think it necessarily needs to be on a separate day because that community meeting doesn't take all day. It's usually only a couple hours. You know, if we're there an extra day, that's an extra day that staff have to be down there. It's an extra day that, you know, we have to pay for rooms, per diem, all that kind of stuff. So if we're gonna have a cultural event, I would just recommend having it before the community meeting. That way we're all there. And then after the community portion is done, we can each sit down in our seats and, you know, talk about what the tribe's been doing and answer any questions that our tribal citizens down there have.
Okay, so now you're talking about doing the cultural event during the workday then?
Earlier in the day, yeah. I don't see why not.
Because we would still do our community meeting at 6.
Yeah.
If we're doing it all in the same location, that kind of negates my last question. Other than, my budget wouldn't be paying for anything other than we're reserving the meeting space anyways. So we would cover that for this cultural event, but travel, supplies, everything, like that's not something I would have budgeted for, but I'm sure we would have a little bit of wiggle room in this year's budget. Or is that gonna be cultural department, cultural enhancement? How are we going to
I
do
think the
that?
executive team needs to get together and figure out how to pay this.
Okay,
You know, and as
okay.
far as my recommendation, to have the cultural event on the same day before the community event, let them think about that and ponder it. If it's a good idea, if it's cost effective, you know, let them recommend it themselves, but that's not a directive from me by any sense. Okay, Tyler, Rob, then Kim.
So I'm also gonna say I don't, you know, if we're leaving it in cultural's hand, that's fine. But it's not going to be effective to host a powwow or cultural activity during the working day. That's the whole reason we're having the community meeting in the evening. And I do agree with Kim Lee, like, we can make up reasons not to have it, but we should, we said we were going to work on something, let's do it. The other, Aaron gave a really good option, but the other thought is working with MSU's Native Student Association potentially. I know a lot of kids are going to be out during the summertime, but it might be a good opportunity, and there's plenty of space on MSU's campus to host a traditional powwow, or even just having, the expo or whatever. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, Rob, then Kim.
I was actually just going to suggest MSU campus too, but I was also going to say is are we locked into this date? Because if it makes more sense to adjust our meeting date closer to like a Saturday, if we wanted to do it like that, I mean, what's stopping us from doing that? And then the other thing is, I don't know who just said it, but I think it might have been Lana. And I don't want it to be missed because it's a great idea because it's someone mentioned having Indian tacos out of the bison meat down there. And, to us up here, that's something simple, but to them, that might mean the world. So I don't want that to be missed. I mean, if we can do something like that and have a meal with our members down there, that'd be great. And I'm on board with it.
Okay, Kim, then Aaron.
That was going to be my suggestion as well, can we amend the date to reflect something closer to a weekend, whether that be a Friday or a Monday? And I don't know what the calendar looks like. I guess I'll pull that up as well, but if that's possible, we could look at that.
Okay, Aaron.
So the 17th of July is all units elder advisory meetings, so we might want to stay away from the 17th. Some of us do go to those meetings. The 19th, what about moving the board meeting from the 21st to the 20th, and then having the community gathering and the cultural event on the 19th? That's a Sunday. I think Sundays are pretty good with being able to get people together, especially if it's around noontime. We could have the Indian taco thing. I still want to put a push in for Nokomis Learning Center. It's for tribal members. If you have a tribal member that lives in East Lansing, Okemos, Mason, DeWitt, any of those communities, they know about the Nokomis Learning Center. They go there now. It's a home away from home. So that would be good. And then the community event could happen there as well. And then stay overnight in Lansing, and then have the meeting at the Doubletree, the official meeting at the Doubletree on the 20th. So all it would take would be to move our board meeting from the 21st to the 20th. And I don't see anything that conflicts on the 20th to move it. Obviously, we'd have to check with the Doubletree to see if that's available a day early. So that's it.
All right, so again, what are you guys' thoughts on having the administration come back in a couple weeks with some recommendations? Because right now, what's being proposed is potentially amending the date of the meeting, changing the location of where the community meeting, where the cultural event could be. Preparing bison meat, we'd obviously have to sort out the logistics of that. Which kitchen is going to be used, if we're using a caterer, if there are kitchens on site at one of these locations. Like, it's a lot of planning, and we need to figure out whether or not the staff that's going to be carrying out this events are going to be available. So what's everyone's thoughts on them coming back in a couple weeks with some recommendations, possibly some options? Okay, Kim?
This is just me. I'm probably not, if we move it to that weekend, I probably won't make it because we already scheduled our Sugar Island Historic fundraiser for that weekend.
Yeah.
And I look at my calendar for here and I plan around that.
Okay.
But, because I missed last year's, and I like that. I've been to a couple of those and I like going to Lansing, and so hopefully I can work around it.
Okay. All right, so it doesn't look like anyone has posed that. So within a couple weeks, if you guys could come up with some recommendations of the location of the community meeting, The location of the cultural event, I'm not sure if you guys are gonna recommend the same location. The dates of those events, again, not sure if you guys are gonna recommend the same date for the cultural event and the community event, but that's gonna be up to you guys. You guys are gonna be the ones planning it. Meals, you know, if we're gonna be preparing bison meat, how is that gonna be accomplished? What's the logistics? Is there a catering company there where we can provide that meat? Who's gonna bring that meat down? How far in advance is it gonna need to be brought down so it can defrost? All that stuff would need to be sorted out. So within a couple weeks, if you guys can come up with some recommendations to us on how to effectively carry this out, we would appreciate that. Okay? Lana has a question, comment?
No, I just have a comment, and, you know, I'm going to step out on a limb here, but that bison meat is a great idea. I appreciate Rob hearing that, because like he said, people, you know, we get it here, and I know what my elders thought of it, so being down there, they probably never even had any, and I have to admit, I never really had any until then anyway. But, so, I would be willing, and I'm sure Kim would, and I know maybe other women, but I would be even willing to help with the Indian tacos and cook that meat. I mean, I can cook. So, you know, that can be passed on, that be something that we could help with and do. And so anyways, I wanted to put that out there. And again, I wanted to reiterate that there's a lot of other resources that people, you know, we can get our resources together. We have a drum in our community. We have dancers in our community. We have people that will step up to these things as well. So it's just reaching out, and you don't have to always put it right on the shoulders of the language department. You know, we have an extremely large powwow every year, and people would, you know, get involved in that. So that's it.
Okay, Rob, Tyler, Mike?
Wow, I don't know what's going on today, but that's exactly what I was just gonna say. I was gonna say that I'm not only am I willing to cook, but I think that if we put together a small group of our people who normally gather in each of the units, because each of the units have a little group of people that always step up and help, you know, and that would be cool to show our members downstate, you know, what they can do. Like in Unit 1, if something happens, whether it's a funeral, a feast, a celebration, you know, you have that same group of people that will always show up to Nagana-Giza, can be like, hey, tell us what to do, we're ready to cook, you know. So I think maybe to keep that in mind too, if we need a volunteer group or something like that, and each of the units have them, you know, that's they've been like the backbone of our communities for, you know, since the beginning of our formation. So I think that's basically what I was going to say, what Lana said. So
Tyler, Mike, Kim?
Yeah, ditto to Rob and Lana. You know, the Teal Lake Singers, I'm sure if I passed them tobacco, would come down with us. And the same group can help with setup, and, you know, I can help with cooking and all that other stuff. We all can. And furthermore, if needed, you know, if we're going to do a powwow expo, I think Unit 5 Cultural Funds will support an at-large powwow if we do this annually. I think we all should chip in, but I definitely, well, as long as I'm here, I'll chip in. The other thing, I just want to note, I have to step out now. I have to get my kid to an appointment. I'll be back as soon as I'm able to. So if I miss any polls, if you could just let me know in email what happened for the Constitution, that'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Okay, Mike, then Kim?
I support doing the powwow as well. I mean, not the powwow, not calling it a powwow. I think we should just do like a feast and dancing and drumming, and then just not call it a powwow, though. I think wording matters in situations like this. But also, when you guys are researching the dates and whatnot, there are places down there. I believe Director Paymont talked about a place, but there's also just in looking just right now, there was a Anishinaabe Friendship Center down there that hosts a powwow that just started in the last couple of years. So I want to make sure that we're not imposing on any of their dates too. So like if they're trying to have something down there, that we're not just coming in and going, hey, we're having something too now. So when doing your research, just make sure that we're not stepping on anybody else's toes that are down there, or maybe even explore options of working in conjunction with them, or what they've done, we could mimic and go to those same spots maybe too. So it's just something like that. Just think about, take those into considerations. And we do have people down there that we have contacts with, MSU and whatnot, so just wanted to point that out.
Okay, Kim?
I do have a few names of people down there who last year were super excited about the possibility and would be more than willing to help. So I think we could also form a group of volunteers down that way. So I don't think that we would be without help. I think people would get excited about it and want to help. So that's all.
Okay, I appreciate it. So thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Let's take a couple-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next item, which is proposed constitutional amendment discussion. So 5-minute break. We will reconvene at 11:30 for this. 7:30, so our break has concluded. The item that we're currently on is proposed constitutional amendment discussion. So as most of you know, we've had a series of these discussions to place some changes on the constitutional amendment. We previously passed a resolution that stated that the board has to go through its preferred changes by Friday. The issue is that we still have at least 10 items that need to be polled, and we've been moving slowly. So in light of that, what's everyone's opinion on treating these issues as actionable items that we will poll on, where each board member can speak about it, each one of them a max of 2 times? That way we can get through this. If we can't get through it today, we have Thursday designated as an additional workshop, but if we're able to get through it today, then we don't have to. You know, you guys can speak, you know, roughly as long as you want to on each of your 2 terms, but if you can't get your point across after 2 terms, you know, I don't know what we're doing here. There's been a lot of back and forth. One person will say something and it will trigger someone on the other side of the table, and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it's stalled this whole process. So what's everyone's thoughts? Is everyone okay with it? Okay, Aaron, you have your hand up. Aaron?
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, I think to try to expedite the process, Rob brought something up at the last time we reviewed this, and so did I, that when we brought this forward, the resolution we brought forward was to look at just the separation of powers, and we have gone well past that. So I think one policy option should be that we limit what we have to review just to the separation of powers. So if legal advises us, and then if we concur that all the other things that might be superfluous that have been added that we're looking at don't fit nicely under the separation of powers, then maybe we could forego those. If we are going to include taking the secretary out and for us to be able to do our own amendments, then we can subsequently do those other things. So, you know, principally what we've asked for, and what several board members were very clear, they didn't want to do this unless we were focusing on separation of powers only, is that we just do that, and any of the other amendments, we just hold off on doing them until a later date when we can do it not under the secretary. So, so what I would like to ask is, as Ryan is walking us through this, that he advise us for each of the additional items whether they are critically important or germane to the separation of powers.
Well, we can ask him right now. So you need to poll us on 10 additional items for this to be completed, Ryan, right? So do you feel that each of these items are necessary for the separation, or do you feel like we go above and beyond in some of these items?
I feel like some of these items are not strictly necessary for a separation, including the first 2 sections on my memo, which deal with the amendment sections. We don't have to change anything. We can leave it as is, which is the secretary doing our elections, and we don't need to change that to do a separation.
So what is your opinion? Is your opinion that we should remove all unnecessary items on this, or proceed with the 10 items that you've located?
My opinion is to proceed with the 10 I think it's 9 maybe, that I've identified, only because that's what we've been doing for the past like 5 or 6 workshops. And I wasn't really prepared today to identify each one that might not be strictly necessary. I certainly can, but we have, Director Payman is right, we have gone beyond our initial scope. It's been back and forth. My initial draft view was broader in scope. We narrowed it down, and it's back into a broader scope because we keep adding things that maybe aren't strictly needed at this time. But there's going to be more that are not on this list that you already polled that would fit that bucket, and I'd have to circle back on those potentially and let you guys know which ones of those you agreed to that aren't strictly necessary, which is not in this memo.
Okay, I'm going to call on Kim, and then at the conclusion of this discussion, I'm going to poll the board to see what their preference is. If we just want to isolate these pollable items to things that are necessary strictly for a separation, or whether or not we want to continue with the course that we've been taking for the last 5-6 workshops. So, Kim, it sounded like Larry had his hand up?
I was just going to see if we could limit each time to talk to 5 minutes so we can keep things moving along.
Okay, I'll get to that. All right, Kim?
Okay, I was just gonna say almost what you said, Austin, like, do these affect number 1? Is it gonna make a difference if we pull those other 9 out? Like, are they all
Okay, so looking at my list, in your memo, number 1 was the amendment section. Last workshop, I was asked, or I told you I would run some numbers to give you options. This is not something the tribe needs to tackle right now. You can leave this alone and use the language in our current constitution, which triggers the secretarial election, 30% of those voters who register to get an amendment passed. All that does not have to change. I brought these in response to our last workshop. So number 1 doesn't need to change. Stuff in number 2 that I have flagged for the judicial branch, and maybe a difference of opinion, but I think those should be talked about because they deal with a separated branch, and I want to make sure we have that as clean as possible. Same with the legislative branch. And then number 4 and 5 on my list, these have subparts, of course, but those, number 4 is probably one we need to talk about. It's the adoption of the new amendment / like our timeline for implementation. And then number 5 is not strictly needed, but it's highly advised that we talk about it.
Okay, you
Thank
good,
you.
Kim?
Yep.
Okay, Rob, then Aaron.
Well, we originally said we were just gonna do the separation of powers and things were added even by resolution, so, I mean, every time you add something to it, you're creating a debatable topic that could turn people on or off of voting yes or no. So the more you add to it, the more it's gonna fractionate the voters, and the chances are it might not pass. So, I mean, you can keep adding to it if you want to, or you could just do what you surveyed the members for. I mean, we literally put out a survey to the members where we could have included all of these in it if you guys were thinking ahead of time. So I think it's wrong to ask the members based on, a survey, do you want a separation of powers, and then add to it afterwards. I mean, why not? Why didn't we just get the members' full input? So I don't agree with keeping adding to it, but at this point, it's do whatever you guys want because you already ignored the original intent anyway.
So Aaron, did you want to speak? I see that you took your hand down.
Yeah, just real quickly, not against my total time, but really quickly, I guess I'm confused about how we got those items on the agenda, other than our typical fashion where we start bringing stuff up, and then the staff feel compelled to have to comply with our inquiries, and then start putting stuff on the list. But when we started this, we did not say we were going to do all those other things. We didn't talk about recall. We didn't talk about removal. We didn't talk about we didn't talk about amendment. But I think we should probably include the amendment process, especially if we're going to take all those other items off for this amendment. Then we can streamline the process in the future, because we won't need to ask the Great White Father, or Great Orange Father as it may be right now, for permission. We can just do it ourselves. So so I guess I'm a little confused about how it happened that we start reviewing all these other things, other than staff trying to accommodate what the board was asking for.
Rob?
I just forgot to put my hand down, Austin.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to do a poll. So option 1 will be to continue polling on the items that legal found necessary. There's about 9 of them. And option 2 is to only poll on the items applicable to a separation. So if you end up choosing 2, if that's the majority, I think it would be best practice for Ryan to look back at the other previously polled items and remove those potentially as well. Okay?
Including discussion on if the majority wants to rescind the Mackinac ban resolution you passed, that has to be talked about if you're going to go backwards too. I'm not saying that the majority wants to do that, but that's part of the discussion as well.
Okay, so just questions, comments on the poll. Okay, go ahead, Lana.
On the poll, so option 1 is stay the course on how we've been doing it, and we don't have to redress the Mackinac ban one.
Yes.
Okay, so that's option 1.
That's how I understand option 1,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thank you.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, my understanding of option 2 is we don't revisit the Mackinac ban issue because, with the exception of the Mackinac ban issue, which was brought to the table and was voted on, we can't now just excuse it. That one was initiated by a board vote All those other ones were not. So again, I don't know how they got to the table, other than we just got curious and, start talking about amendments or whatever, and then legal figured that we wanted those, so then they start reviewing those for us. So option 2, I think, should also not include revisiting the Mackinac Band issue, because we already voted on that.
So that's a good point. Mike has his hand up, but before I call on him, Ryan, what's your opinion on that? So obviously, if we poll, it wouldn't rescind a resolution that had just passed. So would it be all the things not applicable to a separation except the Mackinac Band, which was voted to stay in this amended, this amendment based on that resolution?
Yeah, that's fine, because that was a resolution. I'm just throwing it out there as another instance where you've, quote, added something that wasn't part of the original intent, that was added differently. Aaron's right, that was added by resolution. So yeah, number 2 can be everything except Mackinac Band. I'm gonna have to go through my draft and flag for you everything that would fit that bucket. It's a lot of things, and it's gonna look a lot different. Recall is gonna be something that legal flagged as necessary, because you have a bunch of new elected positions, but strictly speaking, is that necessary? I don't know. So you're opening up a can of worms if you ask me to change our course now.
Okay, Mike, then Rob, and hopefully we can poll.
My question was just I think you kind of answered it, because like things like changing the name and all that wasn't required, but we went down that road. And so, and I believe a majority, or I think unanimously, everybody was okay with those changes. So I'm not interested in going back and revisiting everything that we've already polled and whatnot. For the sake of trying to get this done, I think we can move forward with, but I think it's complicated, so I think I'm gonna stick with what we've already done, and we've already done most of the legwork on it. So I think we can probably get through this if we buckle down and actually do it. So I'll yield.
Rob?
I would like to add a third option to the poll. And the third option is that we survey the members on what they want in this amendment. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from asking members, do you want to address the membership ordinance when you vote on a separation of powers? Each of these are poll items. We shouldn't be sitting here taking polls, you guys. This is Constitution. This is a constitutional amendment. You got to go to the membership. I would like that as a poll option. Third poll is that we put these polls in a survey and send it out to the membership.
All right, so I don't see any more hands up. Aaron?
No, my hand's up.
Aaron?
I'm going to respectfully disagree with that, Rob, because we did a poll on the separation of powers, 3-branch, 2-branch, or no change, and we do have the membership's opinion on that. So anything superfluous to that, you're right, we don't have. So that's why I'm saying, why don't we streamline this process back to what the people told us? And if that includes the name change, if we have to exclude that, I don't want to exclude taking the secretary out, because we do have a number of things that we'll want to do once we get the sovereign authority to do it ourselves. But everything else is not germane to a separation of powers, as far as I'm concerned. So.
Well, I would also have to disagree with that, because we polled the members based on only a separation of powers. Shouldn't they be directing us on what to include in this amendment? I mean.
So I'm agreeing with you, Rob. Everything.
Oh, I thought you said you disagreed with it based on that. But the thing is, we have already added to it by resolution. So, I mean, it's already tainted. I mean, it really is. And, if the membership comes back and say they want to vote on those, I'm totally fine with it. But I'm not okay with adding to this until it fails. And I honestly believe that's the intent of some of you guys.
Well, I don't necessarily.
Okay, gentlemen, let's poll. So we have 3 options. So option number 1 is proceed with the polls as recommended by legal. Option 2 is remove all poll items not associated with the separation except Mackinac Band's inclusion with this amendment, which passed via resolution. And option 3 is stop this process and send out a new poll to the membership to guide us in these questions. So if you can take Aaron and Rob's hand down. Does anyone have a question about the poll? Just about the poll, any questions about it?
Option 1 is stay the course.
Yes. Okay, anyone else? Okay, let's do the poll then. Option 1, 2, or 3. And again, option 1, proceed with the polls as recommended by legal. Option 2, remove all pollable items not associated with the separation except Mackinac Band's inclusion with this amendment, which passed via resolution. And option number 3 is suspend this process and send a new survey out to poll the members.
Okay.
1, 2, or 3.
Kimberly Gravel. Lana. Bridget.
3.
Rob.
3.
Sean.
1.
Larry.
1.
Kimberly Lee.
1.
Tyler's not back on it. Aaron. Aaron? Michael?
1.
I said 2, sorry. And don't forget to pull the chair.
That's fine. 1.
Okay. Isaac?
3.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, or 6 ones, 1, 2, 3 threes.
Okay, so as indicated by that poll, we're going to proceed with the pollable items recommended by the legal department. I misspoke earlier when I stated that there's 10 items that need to be polled. There's actually 9. So now some housekeeping. So as mentioned at the beginning of this, we need to work more efficiently. So what I'm proposing is that each person have 2 turns to speak on each item, and we limit each turn to no more than 5 minutes. That way we can get through this stuff. So we have today until agenda review to move through this stuff. And if we can't complete it, then we have Thursday as well. It's basically a placeholder for a workshop. If we conclude with it, the workshop Thursday will be canceled. So is everyone okay with that? Yes. Okay. All right, Ryan, walk us through the first item.
The first item we'll do with Article 13 amendments. The first poll we need is the threshold for calling for an election to trigger an election for a constitutional amendment. So how many signatures we need. Right now, number 1 option is the current draft. So the petition signed by 10% of the eligible voters, so about 3,900, to trigger, for the people, for the citizens, to trigger an amendment election. Option 2, a petition signed by 5% of the eligible voters, would be about 1,900. Option 3 is something we preliminarily discussed last workshop, would be 10% of the total votes cast in the Ogama race, the last chair race, general election. So based on 2024 numbers, that would be 641 signatures. Or option 4 is to leave it alone and just use the current constitutional language and don't touch this section.
Okay, so we've got 4 options here in front of us, and this is how your tribal citizens can initiate a constitutional amendment election. So the first option would be you'd have to collect 10% of the total eligible voters' signatures for the signature petition. And if that number stays the same, it would be 3,900 signatures would have to be captured. Option number 2 would be 5% of the total voters, and that would be 1,900. Option 3 would be 10% of the total votes cast in the previous Ogama election, which were how many, Ryan?
Based on last election, it'd be 641 signatures needed.
641. And option 4 would be what was originally recommended with the Constitutional Committee, which was much different then because you had a much smaller membership back then.
Yeah, option 4 would be, so number 1 is actually what the committee recommended.
Okay, so there's
Option
3
4
options.
is we just don't change this section, and our current constitutional language is what it is, which means the board initiates an amendment election through resolution.
Okay. So option 4 would be the board would address this when they become a legislative body and determine it at that time.
Yeah, we'd have to do it later, yeah.
Okay, so let's have a conversation about that. Put your hand up if you'd like to be recognized to speak. Aaron?
I'm going to go with the mantra that I hear from several other board members and stick to the committee recommendation, number 1. See who else does that.
Okay, any other discussion from anybody? Lana? So, for what it's worth, I think 10% is too much. I think that would be a pretty difficult hill to climb. You know, if our membership wanted to initiate an election on the amendment level, 3,900 signatures is an awful lot. I'm not sure if that's ever been accomplished. I think 5% would be a reasonable compromise. 1,900 signatures is definitely something that's difficult to achieve. I don't think it's a small number. I recognize that if we're changing our constitution, it should be a difficult process because that document should be stable. But I just don't think that you're ever going to have a situation where you're going to have 3,900 people sign a piece of paper in agreement that something should change. So it's just my opinion. Anyone else have to say anything? Aaron, your hand's still up?
Sorry.
All right, so it doesn't look like we have any more hands, so we will poll on this item, and after this, we'll take lunch. So option one, if your citizens are going to start a petition to initiate a constitutional amendment election, option one would require them to obtain 10% of all eligible voters for signatures. So right now, that would be 3,900. Option two would mean that they would have to collect 5% of signatures of all registered voters, and that would be 1,900. And option three would be that they would have to collect the amount of signatures representative of 10% of the total votes cast in the last Ogama election, and that would mean 641 if you're using the last election's results. So those are the three options. Are there any questions about them? Rob? Oh, I'm sorry. And option four is to leave it alone, and then the board of directors, when they became the legislative body, would legislate this. Rob?
Is there a time frame on this? Is there a starting from the time you get your first signature to the
Nope.
last signature? Is it
Nope.
just open however long
Nope,
it takes
so-
them
so it could take
to
years.
achieve the
Yep.
signatures?
Yep. Ryan?
Yeah, there's no time frame. It's just whenever you hit that threshold of signatures, whether it takes you 3 weeks or 3 years, you turn in your petition. There's no
Okay, perfect.
timeline. Yep.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, anyone else? The four options? All right, poll, please.
Rob?
2.
Michael?
2.
Kimberly Lee?
1.
Isaac?
2.
Lana?
2.
Larry?
2.
Bridget? Kimberly Gravel?
2.
Aaron?
1.
Sean?
2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 twos and 3 ones.
So I would vote two as well.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you're fine.
please don't forget to ask the chairman. And we did
Eventually, we
poll
might
the
have a
chairman
tie,
on
you know
other-
what I mean? So,
Well, we did poll the chairman on all previous ones when we remembered to. The chairman gets a foot on this, so.
Correct him. Correct him.
Aaron, I did not poll the chairman on all previous polls. My understanding is he votes on the resolution to go to the Secretary of Interior in Austin. I am so sorry if I was supposed to poll you.
it's okay. No, I'm not paying that close attention to it.
Okay.
You know, if you guys want my feedback, I'll give it. So the results of this poll would be, if our tribal citizens initiate a constitutional amendment election, the first step is they have to collect 1,900 signatures, but that's based on the current amount of registered voters that we have. So we cleared that up. So let's go on lunch, you guys.
Mr. Chairman, before you go on lunch, I want to clarify something.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
having the chairman poll on this is germane to what we're doing, because if the chairman doesn't poll and the chairman doesn't agree, we won't know until we actually vote on it. And the chairman does get a vote per the Constitution. So the chairman should be polled on every one of the items. So if we forgot to do it, that's fine. We'll start doing it now.
All right, thank you, Aaron. All right, guys, let's take a recess. We will be back in session at 1 o'clock sharp, please. All right? has concluded. So, Ryan, if you want to pick up where we left off, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Before the break, we had done the first section, the first poll for the amendments section. This is Article 3, amendments of the draft constitutional amendments. This is how we would, if these amendments pass in the future, how we would amend the new constitution. So the next poll, the next options we're going to talk about are what the threshold is for the amendment election to be valid. Currently, the draft is worded so for it to be a valid constitutional amendment election, 30% of all eligible voters, based on the last chair race, last Ogama race, to be valid. This would be, we need 11,700 votes based on 2024 numbers. Oh, my Zoom crashed. That would be 11,700 votes for it to be valid. I'll go through the other options while my Zoom restarts. Option 2 is 20% of all eligible voters based on the last chair race to be valid, which would be 7,800 votes.
Slow
be
down one
valid?
second. So
Sorry.
option 2 is 20% of all eligible voters have to return their ballots. And if the numbers are the same, what would that be?
7,800 votes for a valid election.
This meeting is being recorded.
One more time, Ryan, I'm writing this down, that way when I pull the board, I have it written.
Yeah. 7,800 votes needed to be a valid constitutional amendment election.
Okay, perfect.
Option 3, based on 15% of eligible voters, 5,850 votes is the threshold to be a valid amendment election.
5,000, how many?
5,850.
Okay.
And then I put another option here. This was based on our last discussion, the last workshop. Option 4, I guess it would be return rate equal to that of the last Ogama chair election. Similar language to what we use in the referendum section. So we would take the return rate of ballots returned in the last Ogama general election, and as long as it met that threshold, it would be a valid election for amendment to the Constitution. That would be based on 2024, it's 18% or 7,020 votes to be valid.
Say that one more time.
18% of the return, same return rate as last Ogama, 7,020 votes.
So
So that would be,
are we,
yeah,
are
sorry,
we
Al.
stating that if option 4 passes, that if we're going to honor the results of a constitutional amendment election, that we have to have 7,200 or greater, or is it just the last one? So if 20 years from now, there's an Ogama election, it's based on that instead of the 7,200?
Correct. It would, that one would fluctuate based on, every time we'd always shoot back to the last
The
Ogama
last
election.
one,
So
not
it
the
could-
last one that we currently had, okay.
Yeah, so it could change.
Yep, go ahead, Kim.
Say in option 3 and 4, it's number 4, option 3. When you're saying
Oh, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry, Kim.
Yeah.
So the first option I read is the current, or the first one I read is the current language.
Could you repeat
You're
that,
right.
because I didn't have my pen ready, I want to write all this down. So option 1 would be what?
So option 1, my apologies, option 1 is 20% of all eligible voters, 7,800 votes. The first one I said is not an option because you all already last workshop, the majority consensus was to change it to something else.
Okay,
That's my
so
mistake.
option 1 is 20% of all eligible voters have to return their ballots for the constitutional amendment
Samuel, let me in
election
the
to
Zoom.
be valid. Then option 2 would be 15% of all eligible voters have to return it. Then option 3 would be you have to have an equal or greater return rate comparable to the last Ogama general election.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the fourth option, which I don't think would be on the table anymore based on our poll earlier this morning. That would be just leave it the same and do a secretarial election. But my understanding is the consensus is to change that.
So what do you mean, leave it the same?
Like, leave it 30% and do a secretarial election. Leave our current constitution language in place.
So let's have a board discussion, and again, option 1 is 20% of all eligible voters have to return their ballots, and based on today's numbers, that would be 7,800. Option 2 would be 15% of eligible voters would have to return the ballots, and again, based on today's numbers, that would be 5,850. Option 3 would be that the return rate would have to be equal or greater to the last Ogama general election, and option 4 is leave it the same, which is you have to have 30% of all registered voters return their ballots, and the secretary would still be included.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any discussion here?
Point of inquiry.
Aaron?
What is the recommendation of the Constitutional Convention Committee?
The Constitutional Convention Committee was majority rules. There was no threshold. My understanding from our last discussion is the consensus of the majority of the board was we wanted some kind of threshold. But 2008 Constitutional Convention did not have a threshold. Whatever the vote was, whatever the voter turnout was, the majority vote ruled the day.
Okay, point of inquiry from Mike.
What was the recall numbers? Because I do think that these should be higher than that, but I did want to know what the recall number, where we ended up at.
Recall, give me 1 second, Mike. So for recall, the threshold is to start a recall, to have a valid recall petition and trigger an election, you need 10%, you need signatures of at least 10% of the total votes cast in the previous general election for that unit, if it's a unit one, or for the Ogama, if they're trying to recall the Ogama. So if it's 10% of whatever that election, that last general election was. So if we go off the Ogama, there was 6,412 votes. So you need 10% of those to trigger, 10% of those signatures, you trigger an election, and then there's no threshold for the election. Once the election starts, majority rules for a recall.
Okay, anyone else? So just to back up, so there's 2 ways in this new government to initiate a constitutional amendment election. So one of them is through a legislative-initiated approach, and the other one is through a citizen-initiated approach. With the citizen-initiated approach, 5% of registered voters would have to sign a petition to initiate this election. We already polled on that, and based on today's numbers, that would be 1,900 signatures. After that, the question is, what needs to take place for that election to be valid? So option 1 is 20% of ballots have to be returned. Option 2, 15% have to be returned. Option 3 is an equal or greater amount of ballots have to be returned compared to the last Ogama general election. Then option 4 is leave it as is current, which is 30% of the people have to return their ballots that registered for it in a secretarial election with the BIA.
Yes.
So does anyone have any more questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, so let's do a poll then. So option 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Any questions on what the polls are? Okay.
Aaron,
1.
Kimberly Lee,
1.
Sean,
1.
Tyler, he might not be right there. Michael,
1.
Kimberly Gravel,
1.
Isaac,
1.
Rob,
1.
Austin.
2.
Okay.
Yep. So the poll results favored option 1, which is 20% of all eligible voters have to return their ballots to validate a constitutional amendment election.
Right.
So we can move on to the next item then?
All right, moving on to bullet point 2. These are going to be areas in the judicial branch that we want to circle back on and talk about. The first one, A on your screen, 2A, is judicial qualifications section. I wanted to clarify, make sure we were on the same page. So in the OGMA section and in the tribal council section, we have a requirement that either you live in the unit, right, if you're going to be a unit member, or council member, or for the chair, you live in a unit, and then once you win, you have to go live within 50-mile radius of Sault Ste. Marie. We don't have the same language in the judicial section. So I want to poll if the board wants that 50-mile radius section for the chief judge of the trial court and the chief justice of the Supreme Court. If they win their elections, they have to move within a 50-mile radius of Bawatang during their term.
What's your recommendation?
I definitely think it makes sense for the chief judge. It was in the 2008 draft for the chief judge of the trial court to live here. Them being here on site makes sense to me. I think we just overlooked it when we were having that workshop on this section. I'm less strong feeling towards the chief justice because the appeals court would not be as big of a docket as the trial court.
Is anyone opposed to separating them and polling them separate? Okay, so hearing no objection, we will poll these separate. The first position that we'll talk about is the chief judge of the trial court. Any discussion there? And I would concur with your opinion, Ryan. Obviously the docket for the trial court is going to be much larger than the Supreme Court, and if that person is going to be in charge of that court, they have to be in commutable distance, which I would expect 50 miles to be. So any discussion, any questions, comments? Okay, so we'll do a poll on the first position. A yes would signify that you agree with the Constitutional Committee's recommendation and the Legal Department's recommendation that if elected to the chief judge of the trial court, that you would be required to move within a 50-mile radius of Bawatang. And a no would be you don't care how far away they live.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac. That'd be a yes. Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can, yep.
Oh, yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
unanimous. I'm sorry, Austin.
Yes. So that one is unanimous. Whoever wins the chief judge of the trial court position would be required to move within a 50-mile radius of Bawatang after they're elected. Kim, do you have a question or comment?
Just a comment, because housing here is so bad, we were actually talking about it on break. What if they're just a few miles over that is the only place they can find?
50
I mean,
miles, 50
Are we gonna
miles.
do a little exception, like
Yeah.
if they're 3 miles outside the radius, that's the only house or apartment or?
So it wouldn't be up to us after it happens. I imagine someone would make some sort of election complaint that, an elected official wasn't in compliance with what was required to them. Maybe the court would sort it out at that point.
So radius
Probably,
is
yeah.
like right here at the courthouse and we're gonna go out like that,
I think it's reasonable, yeah.
okay.
All right, so let's move on to the next position, which is the chief judge of the Supreme Court. So the committee, did they have a recommendation on this, Ryan, or no? Was it overlooked?
There was no, I'll double check, but there was nothing in the language that had any kind of living within a certain mile radius.
Okay. All right, so the options are you got to move within 50 miles of here, or we don't care. So for what it's worth, the docket for a Supreme Court is much less than a trial court. And I would be supportive of this being located elsewhere.
Yeah, there was
Mike?
nothing, just to clarify, or just to reiterate, there was nothing in the 2008 draft for the chief justice. They had to be a member of the tribe, but they didn't have any kind of stipulation on where they lived in the original 2008 draft.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Well, I believe this will probably get mostly sorted out during an election anyways, but I do think that it might get problematic if we have someone that's out of state that gets elected. So then are we paying travel for them to come to the Supreme Court stuff? So I can see where we maybe opt not to have it 50-mile radius for the Chief Justice for the Supreme Court, but within the state or within the 7-county service area might be a consideration, because I do think that could potentially be problematic.
So if I could offer some input on that, I think that we're going to have a difficult time finding Sioux Tribe members who are all lawyers in the Sault Ste. Marie area. So I think we're going to have to rely on people that reside outside of Sault Ste. Marie and our service area. So if an event takes place like that, we would utilize what we're currently utilizing, which is Zoom. They would obviously be required to keep their cameras on and whatnot, but I think that would be a doable option. Also, it's worth remembering that the Board of Directors would become the legislative branch of government, and they would control the budgets of the different departments in each branch of government as well, which would include the court. So they wouldn't have the funding to fly to Sault Ste. Marie unless you guys authorized it in the budget. What are your thoughts, Ryan?
Yeah, a lot of different, well, it's not uncommon to see other tribes have their Chief Justice appear on, for their Supreme Court or Court of Appeals, whatever they call it, to appear on Zoom and to come in occasionally. It happens all the time. They're, you know, the big tribes like Cherokee, Navajo, they have their people on site and they have a lot of members to pull from, right? But by and large, most tribes allow at least the Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court to have that flexibility, so.
Aaron?
I was just going to add that, you know, just Justice 101 is lower court hears evidence, and the Supreme Court, or our appellate court as it currently is constituted, examines application of law if it was done properly or due process. So the need for like a trial is much less. They do a lot more of their work in review rather than holding a trial. So so a lot, and Ryan's right. Most of the tribes that I know do that in a virtual setting now, or in some cases they do it actually just through, before the virtual, they did it through just sending out the arguments from either side of what was missed or what was misapplied, and they do it that way, and they don't have a big trial. So we're not as dependent upon having them be local.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so it looks like we're ready to poll on this. So a yes would signify that you would require the Chief Judge of the Supreme Court to move within 50 miles of Bawating when elected. A no would signify that that wouldn't be a requirement, that we would be able to offer Zoom as an accommodation. So any discussion on the options?
Which one was the committee's?
The committee didn't rule on this.
The committee had no stipulation on where the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court had to live. It was only in the trial court level.
So they didn't comment on it. Anyone else? Okay, yes is they have to move within 50 miles, and no is they do not. Poll, please.
Kimberly Lee,
No.
Isaac,
Yes.
Rob,
No.
Bridget,
No.
Aaron,
No.
Tyler,
No.
Lana, Michael,
No.
Larry,
No.
Sean,
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
No. All right, let's move on to the next pollable item.
All right, the next one's also in the judicial branch. Section 6A of the draft currently reads, and this was in the 2008 draft, that the primary duty of the judicial branch shall be to promote community and individual healing and forgiveness in all matters which come before the courts in accordance with the laws, customs, and traditions of the tribe. Legal, I think it was before me, we previously flagged this. I don't know if we had any discussion really with the board, as this maybe being too ambiguous could lead to lawsuits, especially in the criminal realm, where someone's going to challenge their incarceration because it's not a, quote, healing. I previously said I didn't have any strong feelings towards this language when we last workshopped it. A recent opinion from our Court of Appeals kind of illustrated what some of the concerns were previously raised, where the use this to maybe circumvent our laws. And we are trying to put in the Tribal Law and Order Act higher sentencing codes. Having this in our Constitution may invite scrutiny that we don't want to deal with when we're trying to increase, especially with VAWA and criminal sentencing, which might be seen at odds with, quote, a healing process. I think this is better left out of the Constitution and then legislated appropriately in each code that wants to put emphasis on healing, so you're not boxed in by the Constitution, and legislate it instead. So my recommendation is to remove it from the Constitution and then legislate it where appropriate from the legislative body.
So I would agree with that. If certain people are in violation of certain crimes, for instance, domestic violence against women or children, they deserve to be incarcerated. You know what I mean? Plain and simple. So I wouldn't want their sentence to be challenged because it isn't considered healing to them, which is obviously subjective. I'm not sure what everyone's opinion is on that, but are you simply recommending that we remove language about healing? And
I would
then
recommend we
the
just-
legislative body can codify that?
Yeah, my recommendation is we just take this out of the Constitution, just delete this section of the Constitution. It would leave all the rest of the judicial branch as is. We have this like header at the top that says our courts are healing courts, and then let the legislature put that into our code where we think it most appropriate, and in the juvenile code, for instance, right, it was especially important for us to make sure that's a healing-centered court, and maybe not so much for certain adult criminal matters, but maybe for child welfare. And then it gives the legislature the ability to more target where they want that quote, more healing process to take place.
Okay, board discussion, Aaron Paymont, then Kim.
Yeah, so I think it's too ambiguous. And I'll give you two examples. One example, it kind of depends on who you ask. What is our culture or what is our custom? There's people who believe that using marijuana to help you reach a higher state of spirituality is consistent with our cultural ways. There's other people who say complete abstinence from any drugs or alcohol, otherwise you can't hear the Spirit. So there's a difference right there. You can take up your own opinion on which side you land on, but there's one example. Another example is, so I'm 60, but when I was growing up, 50 years ago, while we are traditionally a matrilineal society, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, a lot of our people believed that we were patrilineal, and that was because they were exercising a colonial sort of approach and a male dominance over women, and a lot of our customs at that time were very male dominant. And as we know now, as a society, we've evolved out of that, and we never were patrilineal in the first place. But again, it depends on who you ask. I'm sure there's no shortage of supposed traditional healers or leaders that will tell you that we're patrilineal even today. So that has no place in that decision. But if the legislature wants to draft it up and put it to the test, and people have at least a due process opportunity to challenge it up through the courts, then at least they have that right. Because the one thing that would be wrong is for us to say, this is our culture. And then for other people to say, you know what, I didn't grow up that way, I don't believe that way, I shouldn't have to have that imposed on me. That's freedom from religion. I shouldn't have to have your beliefs imposed on the way that I live my life. So they should have that right to challenge that. So I don't think we should put it in the Constitution. If the legislature feels very strongly about it, put it in the legislature, and then let it go through the court system and ferret itself out, see in a balance of rights. Thanks.
Kim?
So we would be removing B altogether, correct?
Yeah, we'd be removing the paragraph that says healing, and what I read into the record. The primary duty of the judicial branch shall be to promote community and individual healing and forgiveness in all matters which come before the courts in accordance with laws, customs, and traditions of the tribes. We would strike that sentence
Okay.
if the poll is to strike it, yeah.
Okay.
Rob?
I support striking it, mostly because I think when it gets to a judicial level, it needs to be ruled on the letter of the law. So, you know, we already have multiple entities within our tribe that focus on healing. We have behavioral health, ARC, and ACFS, you know, so we have avenues where we promote healing in our tribe in multiple ways. I would support later down the road establishing a mental health court, but as far as this being in our constitution, I think it's ambiguous. So I would support taking it out. So that's going to be my poll. I'm going to log off here for a second because I'm going to be on my way. So that when you guys poll, my poll is to remove.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, guys, so we're gonna poll on this then. So yes would signify removing that language, and no would signify not to remove that language.
Lana?
I don't know yet, so.
Rob
That
said
abstaining?
yes.
Okay, Lana abstains.
Yep. Michael?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Bridget?
Remove whichever one that was, sorry.
Gotcha. Aaron?
Remove, sorry.
Thank you. Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Sorry, I keep forgetting you. Austin?
Yes. All right, so there's a consensus aside from the abstention to remove it, so we can move on to the next pollable item. Oh, hey, Carrie. So the way we have these workshops structured is community members, tribal members are going to be given the opportunity to speak at the beginning of the workshop. So we didn't have any tribal citizens in attendance at the beginning, so we skipped that portion. And then we're going to also have an opportunity at the end of today's workshop to get feedback from those in attendance as well. So you're here, Janet Leto's here. I'm not sure if any other people are going to jump on, but that's the way that we agreed to have it structured. Okay, so we can move on to the next item.
This next one is also in the judicial branch section. 6B, little ic is the section. Right now it reads, the Supreme Court shall have the power to adopt rules and court procedures governing the judicial branch subject to the laws of the tribe. Our recommendation is to have a discussion on maybe removing this from the judicial section, putting it in the legislative section. We've seen this is consistent with other tribal constitutions where the legislative branch has that power initially to create the laws, procedure, and rules that govern the court. And then later on, the court can clarify those. They can make their own rules that are in line with what the legislature adopts. And speaking with other attorneys at other tribes, the reason they've done this in their constitutions is to, you know, quote, protect against the rogue courts that try to run the tribe from the branch or try to use the judicial branch as a mechanism to create the legislation. So we want to just pull it again today. Right now it is in the judicial branch as the power given to the courts to create their own rules. We just wanted to flag that there is a number of tribes who have done it the other way with legislature, creating the rules, so they can, right when they get that separation, they can set the tone for how they want their courts to run. And we believe that may be a better approach for Sioux Tribe.
So out of curiosity, what does the state of Michigan and the U.S. Supreme Court do? And then do you consider this a check and a balance from the legislative branch on the judicial branch?
Right, this would be, this would be part of that checks and balance with the legislature would create the initial kind of, you know, like we have it somewhat in our civil and criminal codes now, the kind of the procedure we have to follow. So it would be in line with our current codes. I'll have to look up how Michigan does it. Originally, the federal level, Congress passed the Judiciary Act, right, in 60, whatever year it was, that set the initial tone for how the courts would run. And since then, it's evolved now, and we have the Supreme Court able to Supreme Court of the United States, I mean, be able to set different rules and procedures, et cetera. But initially, those sideboards were set in place by Congress, and then it's evolved to today, where the courts do have power to, as long as they're not contrary to law, the courts then have the power to create their rules subsequently later, and I believe that's an appropriate constitutional law avenue to go down if we so choose.
Okay, board discussion, start with Aaron.
So I had the benefit, I'm old enough that I attended all of the State Tribal Court Forum meetings in 1992 and got to learn how the State Supreme Court established their court rules and then also how the tribes did theirs up to that point. One of the big differences between tribal courts mostly and state courts or outside of like federal courts is we might be applying some judicial precedents to some extent, but we don't have that full body of law that guides ultimately how court cases go. And so I would not want to have it written such that the legislature can write something, and if we put it in the Constitution, such that the legislature could write something contrary to our U.S. civil rights and also our rights as citizens of the tribe, because even though we're a sovereign nation, we are not exempted from all the legal protections as U.S. citizens. So what I would recommend is, and this is kind of how we do it now, I think, is that our court has adopted Michigan court rule. So what we should do is, I think, set a high threshold for the legislature to draft, to leave it up to the legislature, but have them draft it. No, I'm back, let me back up. The court draft it and then have a high threshold for the legislature to approve it. And to change it would have to go back to the court. So what's going to happen, I believe, is as we start testing out our new system, there will be challenges, and that's not a reason not to afford people due process rights. That's a reason to struggle through it so we can get to a better outcome for the long term. But what will end up happening is when the court rules that the legislature has violated your constitutional rights, then they have to circle back to rewrite legislation to comply with the law. And so anyway, I think that the court should draft it, and then the legislature should enact it, and obviously the check and balance there is the OGMA then has the ability to veto it if he believes that the legislature goes astray. And all of those are what a balance of power is, and that is what our people want.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, guys, so I have 3 poll options right now. So obviously, the Supreme Court of the Sioux Tribe would have to have court procedures. So the 3 options are that the Supreme Court rules and court procedures shall be adopted by option 1, the judicial branch, option 2, the legislative branch, option 3, the court would draft the court rules and court procedures, the legislative branch would enact it through a vote, and then the OGMA would sign it into effect. Okay, any questions about those options? Kim?
With adding that option in, Ryan, do you have any other thoughts on that?
No, I think option 3, I would agree with Aaron that it strikes that balance of having that check. It doesn't entirely take that authority away from the judicial branch, but it allows those 2 branches together to kind of work on what they want, because it's subject to, all 3 branches really. I think that's actually a good option to go with, option 3.
So the way that would work is the Supreme Court would draft their rules and court procedures. They would be presented to the legislative branch. The legislative branch would vote on them. If they're approved, the OGMA would sign them into effect or veto them. That way all the branches are working together. Okay, Lana.
What would be a scenario if that it didn't, like the OGMA vetoed it, and the court made the rule, the legislative agreed with it, the OGMA didn't agree with it, who would it go back to? The court to?
I mean, if the OGMA vetoed it, it'd go back to the legislature. Presumably, they would work with the court and be like, hey, we need to tweak some things to get this passed. Or they just try to pass it through with the 3/4 vote that's currently in the draft constitution to say, we disagree with the OGMA, we have the votes to pass it anyway. So you'd have the couple options, yeah.
Be a similar situation if the court drafted rules and procedures and the legislative branch voted them down. You know, the judicial branch would have to create different rules and court procedures that were more amenable to the legislative branch so that they would pass them. So there could be roadblocks at various stages, not just the OGMA's office.
Yeah, and we have in our current codes, like in our civil procedure code, that if we don't have our own robust civil procedure, or if we're lacking in a certain area, we fall back to the federal rules of civil procedure. Things like that could be built into our criminal code or our appellate code. So you would have like the fallback to the federal rules if for some reason you all couldn't, the three branches couldn't agree on what the tribal rules would be. You'd have multiple options. And right now we do fall back, at least in our civil code, to the federal rules of civil procedure if we don't have our own rule to govern a situation. So we do that now.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, all right, let's do a poll then. So there'd be three options. So the first option would be that the Supreme Court rules and court procedures shall be adopted by the judicial branch. Option 2, the Supreme Court rules and court procedures shall be adopted by the legislative branch. And option 3, the Supreme Court would draft their rules and procedures, the legislative branch would enact it through a vote, and then the OGMA would sign them into effect. So any questions, 1, 2, or 3? All right, poll please.
Isaac.
1.
Larry.
3.
Tyler.
3.
Kimberly Gravel.
3.
Lana.
1.
Bridget.
1.
Aaron.
3.
Sean.
1.
Rob. Oh, he's jumped off. Kimberly Lee.
3.
Michael.
3.
3.
Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, so the 3s have it.
All right. So we're going to move towards the legislative branch now. We don't need our first poll because it went hand in hand with the last one we just did. And we'll just make sure that the language in the legislative branch and the judicial branch make it clear how that process works with the court creating the rules, the legislature enacting them, subject, of course, to the veto power. So we don't need to, we can skip 3A. It's the same as one we just did. It was just to take those powers and add them to the legislature. So 3B, legislative power. We don't have it in our current draft where it's very clear how the tribe would initiate lawsuits, like if we need to sue to protect our treaty rights, for example. Is that a power of the OGMA, or is that a power of the tribal council? Because right now we are one branch and this body acts. So we want to add, so our draft language here on the screen would be a legislative power, but it would bring in the OGMA. So the current language that we're proposing, if we have to initiate a lawsuit on behalf of the tribe, is to add to legislative power explicitly the power to approve of lawsuits in the name of the tribe as proposed by the tribal OGMA, provided that the tribal council may approve the filing of a lawsuit in the name of the tribe without OGMA concurrence by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the tribal council.
So you're trying to figure out whether or not the board wants to keep this language in there?
Yeah, so if we want this language, or if we want to workshop right now some kind of variation, I think it's prudent to add to a constitution what branch gets to initiate lawsuits. Like if we need to file a motion in USV Michigan, right now we come to the board. In the future, who do we go to? Do we go to the
So it
OGMA?
sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that way we're on the same page. So the legal department would be a direct report to the OGMA's office. So the OGMA would propose a lawsuit against an organization, agency, individual, and then the legislative branch would have a straight up or down vote, majority rules. But
Right.
if the OGMA is not supportive of the lawsuit, then 2/3 of the tribal council has to be in support of it.
Correct, as written right now. We've pulled this language from some of our sister tribes that use similar language in their constitutions. So.
Okay, all right, Aaron.
That makes sense to me because then the high threshold will prevent frivolous lawsuits that just spend millions and millions and millions. And since the legal department would report up to the executive branch, they can bring to bear those recommendations to litigate. But having said that, some of the other tribes do have legal counsel for their tribal councils. And I do think that if we haven't contemplated that, I think they can legislate that. And I do think the legislative branch should have legal counsel as well, because then they're not at a disadvantage when that recommendation comes from the executive branch to decide. And I'll give you one example of why this would be very important is Bay Mills went through, if you remember, their open and defend, and their council was hell-bent on opening, and it was outside of the law, and they did it. But their chief judge at the time was Brian Newland, and he expressed to them that it was a very risky thing because it could upend and dismantle sovereignty and pierce our sovereignty. And we got lucky with that one because Judge Kagan at the Supreme Court kind of split the baby and did allow for some remedy, but kicked it back so it didn't hurt our sovereignty for all tribes. So anyway, I agree with the policy recommendation as it is, but also just remember the legislature can hire an attorney and not be at a disadvantage for understanding what the pros and cons and the risks assessment are for filing a lawsuit.
And we do have that in our draft, to Aaron's point. We do have explicit authority in the legislature that they can hire their own legal counsel and staff. So I would presume, maybe that's a broad presumption of me, but if we cross this bridge when we're separated, the legislative attorney, whatever we call them, if a lawsuit's initiated, I'm guessing all the legal counsel would be working together because it's a joint effort in most parts by the legislature and the OGMA's office on assisting with that lawsuit, right? So, but we do have it so the legislature will have their own attorney.
Okay, any further discussion on this? So your recommendation is that the language stay the same then, Ryan?
My recommendation is to add this language on the screen here. To initiate a lawsuit, the OGMA proposes it, the council approves it by majority vote, with the caveat that if the OGMA doesn't approve it, the council can, with that higher threshold of 2/3, initiate that lawsuit anyway.
Okay, seems reasonable to me. Any further discussion? So yes would signify that you're in support of the legal department's recommendation, and no would be you don't want this this content added. So poll, please.
Tyler?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Lana? Yes. Isaac?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee? Yes. Rob?
Yes.
Aaron? Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Austin?
Yes. All right, so that looks like it's unanimous, so the language that you put on the screen will go into effect. How many more pollable items do we have, Ryan? I'm just
We
trying to
have
manage your
one-
time properly.
We have 1, 2, 3 more.
Okay, so let's get through one more, then we'll go into break, guys.
Okay. The next one to discuss is the legislative power to add in there. We talked about this a little bit last workshop. Last workshop, we polled where we took out the language of motions from the OGMA veto power, and the discussion was to try to figure out some language to put in the legislative power to sideboard what could be done, via motion. And so we are proposing this language, and we can workshop it with you all, to add, to conduct internal and administrative businesses without formal adoption of tribal law, ordinance, or resolution. Internal and administrative actions shall not be subject to veto. So if they need to give direction to their staff, the council does, to their attorney, or they create a subcommittee in their own body and they want to set 3 of their members on that subcommittee. Those are all internal and administrative things, and those are necessarily not subject to veto. So this is our current language to try to clarify what should be done in resolution, which is above in the laws, ordinances section, and then this is to clarify what these internal things do not have to be done by resolution, and they aren't vetoable.
Well, this is important language to add because as we previously mentioned, you know, there's been certain things that should have been on a resolution in the past that instead were done through motion. And if you're going to have a check and a balance, if you're going to have a check for the OGMA's office over the legislative branch of government, you have to have a veto. But if there's a way to circumvent that by passing everything via motion, it defeats the whole purpose of this entire discussion, the entire separation. So obviously, there's certain things that shouldn't be subject to veto. You know, a motion to approve an agenda, you know, that shouldn't be subject to a veto. And the other ways that you've highlighted, like the internal committees through the legislative branch, things like that. So I'm in support of this. Aaron, Mike?
Yeah, so I would say that I think that the time will come when the legislature gets their legs underneath them and they understand what their role is different than what it is today, because we're a unitary form of government, and we basically judge, jury, and executioner, and that's why the people want a balance of power and separation of powers. But there will be times when the legislature, I think, will need to be able to enact something, but it's not law. So I'm hoping that the legislature will then draft up like their procedures. They should also have procedures for what they're approving or not approving. And if it's appropriations, that should be by legislation. I mean, we once voted on an $856,000 salary that was not done by resolution. The minutes disappeared, the recording disappeared. And so the people want to guard against that kind of abuse of power. So I think that we should stay away from the use of the word motion, because we've used that as an excuse in the past to be able to exempt certain actions from the people exercising the right of referendum. And people know the score, they know why it was done, they know it's nefarious, and they don't want that to happen anymore. So I'm in support of reference to the legislature being able to take actions, but they're going to have to enact a body of law that defines what their actions are. If it's appropriations, if it's litigation. I just did a research of all of our codes and our minutes and official records, and I did find a litigation that was passed by a motion and not passed by a resolution, which should be illegal. If we had a separation of powers, that would be able to be thrown out on its face. So whatever we have to write to protect against, just making stuff up, like I'm making a motion, therefore people can't referendum it, then, because that was an abuse. We want to evolve past that time period.
Okay, Mike?
I guess two things. One, under the legislative branch, it does say that we have to do a legislative process, so I'm sure that will get fleshed out in that. My concern on this, I agree with what we're trying to accomplish, but I have a little concern with how far it goes. Like saying internal administrative business without formal adoption. That's not to include like policies and whatnot, though, too, correct? Because when it says conduct internal administrative business without formal adoption of tribal law, ordinance, or resolution, I think policy revisions should be resolutions. So I guess unless that is the hope, and that we are trying to encapsulate policy too, but I guess I just need clarification.
Yeah, the intent is to not capture policy. So if legislature is adopting policy
Okay.
for
laws.
right now, they have the ability in this draft, right? They can create a law and they can create policy for the executive branch, and then the executive branch implements it. That would not be an internal business function. That's creating a law and policy for a entity that the legislature has the ability to not oversee, but create the laws for. We can add this, excuse me, we can make it a little more clear here, to conduct the internal and administrative business of the tribal council without formal adoption of tribal law, to make sure it's targeted at the internal business of the tribal council, creating a policy for ACFS or whatever, right? That would not be an internal process of tribal council. That is you creating your body of law, so to speak, for that department and the OGMA to implement.
I
That
feel
would
more
be
comfortable
different.
with that language, just.
Could you add
because of
that? Does anyone object to that language being added? I think it's reasonable. Yeah, let's throw that in there. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so ready to poll then? A yes would signify that you support the legal's recommendation to add this language, and no would mean that you do not. Any questions? Okay, poll please, and then let's have a 10-minute break.
Larry,
Yes.
Michael. Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yep.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Lana, Aaron,
Yes.
Austin.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, guys, let's take a 10-minute break. That poll is unanimous, so that will go into effect with this draft. Let's reconvene at 1:52. Or, I'm sorry, 2:02. It'll be a 1-minute break. 2:02. Break has concluded, so we're back in session. We have 2 more pollable items to go through, and then we will be on recess until 4 o'clock, which is when agenda review will take place. So, Ryan?
All right. Moving to number 4 on our list here, Article 14, adoption. This is the language for when we adopt the amendments, kind of when they go into effect. We had left these kind of open-ended previously, but we did flag it that we'd have to maybe figure out more definitively some timelines. We don't have to necessarily get this today if we don't get consensus, but we're suggesting that we add in to the adoption section that it would become effective upon the date of ratification of the eligible voters of the tribe. But we have a caveat here, the council, the tribal council, shall amend existing laws or enact the necessary laws in conformance with this amended constitution within 18 months of its ratification, provided that the provisions for Article 9, which is our removal, resignation, vacancy section, be enacted within 6 months of ratification. We were trying to figure out what other tribes have done with timelines, and we're unique with Michigan tribes, where we're much bigger than everyone. So we're trying to look towards those bigger tribes. And this was a similar timeline to what Cherokee Nation put in place when they amended and separated out their government.
So, Ryan, would this be for all constitutional amendments you have within 18 months to implement, including the separation of powers amendment and future amendments as well?
So this language would really just be specific to the one word, all these changes that we're gonna put to a vote.
The separation.
secretary, yeah, and then if we did another, in the future, we did another constitutional amendment, we could modify those timelines for adoption, whatever is appropriate. If it's a small amendment, we're not gonna need 18 months, right? If it's another huge amendment, like removing a branch of government or something wild, then you need more time. So this would just be for this amended constitution, this would be the timeline, and then future timelines could be shorter depending on what we do with our constitution.
Okay. All right, questions, comments? And is this something that you support, Ryan?
Something that I support, yes.
This would give the departments time to restructure everything else, right? Time to build the court, build the Ogama's office the way it needs to be?
Yeah, it gives us plenty of time. Hopefully we could do it quicker than the 18 months, but it should be.
This just puts a ceiling on it of 18 months?
Yes.
Okay. All right, going once for questions, comments? Rob?
Would there be a prioritization of which ones come first so we could get the implementation started?
There would be, and when we have our next deadline per your resolution is on March 6th, part of that is our proposed implementation, outline and prioritization of all the codes that we need to change, plus codes that we think we need to add. And we have them, it's an internal document with the legal department around, but we have them ranked, these ones are our top priority, you gotta get these right off the bat. Stuff with the courts and civil procedure, criminal procedure, our removal code, so it's in line with Constitution, stuff like that are the big ticket items. We'd have those done much quicker, but we would internally create that prioritization list and have those ones that need to be done sooner. We would start working on them, as soon as we know this is going to a vote of the people.
And we won't be waiting the full 18 months to implement, right? If we have a prioritization list, and then we focus on the fundamental changes first and implement that as we go. I get the timeline because it's going to be a really heavy lift, but I want to make sure that, like you said, that there's going to be a prioritization and the fundamental functions of it just need to come first.
Correct, yeah, we would not be advocating from our department waiting on those big ticket items that need to change. We would want those as soon as we can after ratification in front of the new legislature to their legislative process, the ones I already mentioned. We have some others on that list that I can't think off the top of my head. We would have those in front of the legislature as quickly as possible, but certainly not wait the 18 months. There's no way we could function if we waited that long on those ones.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then we will poll. So the first option is a yes vote, and that would signify that you're in support of the legal department's recommendation to put a timeline of implementation of the separation to a ceiling of 18 months with the prioritization list. And a no would mean that you do not support that. Okay, so poll please.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron, Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Lana, Isaac,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so that one is unanimous, so that brings us to our last pollable item, Ryan.
Tribal records section in our constitution. Right now it says records of the tribe, et cetera, are open up to disclosure, basically, and tribal members can come see these records. We want to add in, so it doesn't say tribe, we want it to say tribal government. Clarify that the tribal government records are what are subject to disclosure, FOIA, et cetera. This language would not be broad enough to include the economic arms of the tribe. This is more in line with like the federal government, other separated tribes. It would mean that creating enterprise records that are held by the tribe, like when they need to submit reports, annual reports, et cetera, to the tribal government, those are subject to disclosure under FOIA and our tribal constitution. But if there's certain records, proprietary records that are held just by those business entities, it would exclude those from being available to the public. And we really focus on just the government records and everything the government holds. Similar to how you see, like if Michigan, we're consulting with the state of Michigan on line 5 stuff, and they let us know, hey, if you send us these things, these comments, they may be subject to FOIA because the state of Michigan government's going to hold on to these files. It would shift our process towards something more like that.
Okay, board discussion, Rob?
So when it comes to proprietary information, I understand that we do have a certain level of responsibility to protect against things that could be damaging to the tribe. However, I would like to see a time certain in this that after a certain contract is fully executed and it no longer poses a threat, that members should have the ability to view all records outside of federally protected, such as HIPAA or Child Welfare Committee. Stuff like that obviously can't be viewed at any time, but as far as proprietary information, I don't like the blanket statement of it's proprietary and our members can't see it. Every member should have an inalienable right to view those at some point. So let's say, for instance, Greektown. Why wouldn't our members be able to fully view every decision made within something like that? Or, the JLLJ case is over. That should be open to members. I mean, there should not be any bit of information that's ever restricted permanently from the members. I understand that some things we have ongoing contracts, that part of those contracts might be non-disclosure of certain things, and it provides a benefit to the tribe, but there should be nothing off the table from eventually being viewed by members, and I think that should be a constitutional right.
And one way we could cross that bridge, Rob, is because if we focus this on tribal government records, we need to build out a better FOIA code. And so whatever timeline we think is appropriate, after a set timeline, those other business arm entities, the economic entities, have to put these records back over to the tribe, right? You have to submit them to the tribal council. And then they are now a tribal government record based on whatever timeline that you legislate, and then they're open up to disclosure, viewing for the tribal public, FOIA, et cetera. So you could legislate, it's more easy probably to legislate that, where you could have that timeline that you're talking about. I'm with EDC, the timeline is met, now I have to turn over all these contracts to the tribal government, bam. Now the Constitution's triggered, as is our FOIA code. I'm a member, I can go look at those things. So I think we can get to where you want to go without having to maybe box into the Constitution, but do it in legislation.
I don't think that every minute detail of it needs to be constitutional, but I think that we need to have a constitutional standard that says that maybe a maximum time, that we put something in there that says the legislator shall enact laws that guarantees an absolute right to members to view anything outside of federally protected information. What I don't want is, because when we say that we can develop code and legislate it, that means that we're given discretion to this board. And I do not like that, especially when it comes to the release of information. I think that every member of Sioux Tribe should have an absolute constitutional right to view the information that this board discusses in close at some point when it no longer poses a threat. I do believe it needs to be in the Constitution.
Okay, Isaac, then Mike, did you have your hand up? Okay. Okay, Mike, then Isaac, sorry.
After hearing the explanation of how those records would then become tribal records, I kind of got a better understanding. I'm more okay with it. This doesn't prohibit those arms, like the economic arm and the Keewaydin arm, to address FOIA issues either, though, right? So those authorities could, so I do understand Director McGrory's concern, though, of it being a constitutional right. I also understand how you're connecting the dots of, hey, those things will eventually become tribal records. But without it being specific in here that those will become tribal records eventually, it does make it a little harder. So, but also knowing that those authorities can create their own information request, it might just get flushed out there. So I guess I'm not entirely sure what is needed, but it does sound like this might need a tweak.
Okay, Isaac, then Aaron.
So I've sat on this board for a little over 3.5 years, and I don't see there's anything in our records that shouldn't be accessible to our membership. We're all shareholders in our tribe. We should be able to see that information. And if you wait long enough, it doesn't matter. It's going to be put out there anyways by somebody, a past board member or whatever, or present board members. So what's all the concern about FOIA? Let's just give it out there. Are we hiding anything? I'm not hiding anything. I don't care. If it's not HIPAA related, employment related, but all expenditures and transactions should be out there, because I don't think we're holding people accountable for our bad decisions in the past.
If I could add one thing, though, to that, and Ryan, I want your interpretation on that. Sometimes you enter business agreements where there is a non-disclosure agreement. So I'll do BlackRock's as an example. So we have a profit-sharing agreement with BlackRock's where we get a certain percentage of the money that they make. So I'm willing to bet that they wouldn't want that information out there, because if they negotiate to open another restaurant in a different tribe's casino, that tribe might be like, no, we want this percent, because the Sioux tribe got that percent. You can make that argument with Loom as well. So sometimes there is business agreements where your business partner wants certain information to be confidential, and it might be built into a contract as well. So that would be the only difference that I have with that when it comes to a difference of opinion. I don't think that information should be buried forever. I think eventually that information should be made public. But at the same time, if you want to be good business partners, sometimes you have to honor confidentiality.
Correct, yeah, and it's something that Josh and I have been discussing under our current codes, creating better non-disclosure language in our contracts, because you do have to balance the tribal members' right to see these records with the tribal businesses' intention of trying to make money and for the tribe, right? And if you have certain contracts that are out in the public, you do run the risk of, hurting yourself competitively if you see what you said, Austin. We see, well, I paid Ryan this much money to do this job, but I want to pay Josh, substantially less. You do have business reasons where some things with your economic arms, there are good business reasons to maybe keep them from certain disclosures. So it's that balance we try to strike now, and we're gonna have to try to find that balance even more in a separated government. You don't wanna shoot your economic businesses, in the foot and hinder them by having too many things open to disclosure, especially ongoing contracts. And it will cause the legal department to start building up really, really strong NDA language so we protect against unnecessary disclosure. It's going to be a necessary thing that we have to do in the future, and we're just trying to do it now anyway. So.
Okay, so I have Aaron, Lana, Tyler, Rob, and Rob, that'll be your second turn speaking. So go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, so first of all, where we've had issues in the past with board members wanting access to HIPAA information or ICWA information or HR information, it really is none of their business. There are federal laws that do not give you access to that information. And the way that that's managed by governments and corporations even is people have information on a need-to-know basis. The legislature does not have a need to know whether somebody has AIDS, HIPAA information, or any aspect of somebody's information. We've had issues in the past where board members were demanding it. ICWA, the status of a child that's in the court system. They may be very interested. They may feel it's their job to represent their parents. We've had board members that have gone over to tribal court and demanded those records, and they got them. And that's a while ago, so it's not anytime recent. And then also personnel matters. We had an issue just recently where somebody was demanding to start investigating or reviewing or even talking to personnel. And that's not the board's job. That's not their role. So we got to protect against and uphold confidentiality. But the other thing to keep in mind is we are a government. While we are enacting arms of the tribe that are corporate or businesses, ultimately we are like a publicly traded company. We're not a private business independent of the shareholders, just like Isaac said. So we shouldn't be about trying to figure out how to conceal information from the very people who are stakeholders and shareholders in everything that we do. So the way that I've seen tribes manage this, and this is through conversations I've had directly with Joseph Kalt, who developed the Harvard Business Project. He just retired last year. I went to his retirement party. Is that you create sunset laws if there's some business or enterprise need for us to shield information, like mutual agreement to not disclose somebody else's financial records, right? That's something we enter in a non-disclosure there, or details of a business deal. But what governments do is they sunset those confidential agreements, because ultimately everything, just like Isaac said, everything needs to come back to the people have a right to know what we did. They have a right to know how much money we spent. In the past, it's been too convenient for us to hide and conceal that kind of information. And so if there is a legitimate business deal in the making, and we have to make it confidential for the duration of establishing that business deal, and maybe even for some time period thereafter, as we try to see and determine whether or not something's going to be viable, then you sunset it. You put in the law that you enact when that information will be public and made available. So that part would be within a legislative branch, but I don't think we should be enacting anything in our Constitution that would deny the citizens of the tribe from having access to anything that they want. But there's conditional access, and then there's access after a certain period of time. Right now it reads a reasonable request, and what we've interpreted that to mean up till now, and again, it's been us interpreting it, so it's too convenient for us to interpret that in our favor, but it has been a reasonable request, and we have allowed people to go look at the records at tribal headquarters, and even make copies of certain things. But businesses, we've not allowed that to happen. So those should sunset, and eventually it should all be public information eventually. So that's it.
Okay, Lana, Tyler, then Rob.
Yeah, I agree with Rob on all of the information. At some point or another should be able to be given to the board upon review. You know, anybody, like right now, anybody can go in there and look at the records if they give them if there's a reasonable time limit. I don't know that we've made that process easy at all, or just because the direction that we give sometime. But we have, you know, you had said a key thing earlier that we need to get better on the non-disclosure code and how we're going to do that. So we have, you know, language in there stating that there is some information that we are going to give to our tribal members. Not, you know, we're in a day and age that, Isaac said it best, it doesn't matter what we do, it's picked and chosen when things are leaked out, you know, whether it be at election time or whether it be, you know, it can be 6, 7, 10 years ago it comes out. And we also have to get better at the investigations that are ongoing or that we've had in the past. I can think of 3 right off the top of my head that I haven't even seen the results on as a board member. You know, we did forensic audits. We've never got any reports back on those forensic audits. So, and we paid consultants lots of money to do those things. So I think that to work in our codes too, so that there's a timeline in there. So if the legislative body and the executive body are going to go forward on anything internally, such as that nature, that there's a timeline in there when that will be made public to the membership. So the games that are played in the future, the members have, you know, open transparency to what happened. I was also going to say, right now, what would be the process of Sheila going into, and I only say that because I'm looking at you, Sheila. Sheila going into and I just need this for an example, going into our administration building and asking to look at to view, not to copy, not to nothing, to view, no telephone, to look for herself as a tribal member at our business agreement with, since it was already said once today, Black Rocks. What would we say to her right this moment?
The way we've been operating the past at least 3 years, probably what we would say to her is you need to fill out a FOIA request, but you should know that this is an ongoing contract with a commercial entity that is not subject to FOIA, and it will probably be denied. You can't see that record right now.
Okay, so, so and back to Rob's point, we got to put something in there so that that's able to be, because that, we can have a separation of powers all we want. If we still have a mechanism where we can enter those agreements and the membership has no clue on what they are, you know, there's still plenty of room for misbehaving, I'll just say. I do think that when we get that, other than, you know, employment information, even though that's leaked and threw out there and people use that, health information, that's leaked, that's abused, that's threw out there. I've seen where board members have actually got information on other board members and use that. In medical situations when it comes to what we're going to do with contract health and what we're not going to do with contract health. So we can go down that rabbit hole. I'm not going to right this moment, but I may. And then of course privileged information. You know, HIPAA's been violated in the past. That was one instance right there that we have a history of. That's documented that happened. So I just better back down right now. But again, I think that any way that we can make things transparent to the members, even our agreements, our business agreements, and I completely understand non-disclosure and all that, but a tribal member should be able to, Sheila should be able to go in there and look at that record and view it with her eyes. If we have to say no phone, you can't take any copies, but she can absorb that information on her own as a tribal member. You know, if she's out there saying her opinion on the internet later on that night, that's fine, but, you know, there has to be a mechanism, because if we don't do that, we're not fixing anything. We're not fixing anything. So that's my opinion.
Or is it fine, just to push back a little, Lana, is it fine if I go look at a record and I say, well, this is how much money we're spending on BlackRock, this is how much money they're giving us? I didn't make a record of it, I didn't take my phone in there, but I blasted it all over Facebook, and now future companies don't want to work with Sioux
I
Tribe.
absolutely hear
right?
you. I absolutely hear you, but you know what? If it's not, false information gets out there as well.
Yeah.
And people make it up. You know why? Because people don't know what's really going on.
And I think we're all in alignment with that.
Yep.
I think we do need, I think it's better done through legislation. I understand Rob's concern, like, what if the legislature chooses never to legislate any kind of sunset period? Hopefully we have better legislature than that. But yes, I think that should be I think that should be a thing where at a certain time period, all records are available. I still think it's best done through code. I understand Rob's concern.
Maybe
talk-
if we did it so that the legislative and executive branch, I don't know, we legislate that we have to come up with a factual statement on the information from a business, so they don't go in there and view it and look at the records, but we are obligated to say, this is what we're getting out of this business deal, this is the expectation, and, it's gonna be out there anyway, but, we're just bad at giving false information and picking and choosing, and then, I think.
I mean, yeah, what if I'm a business competitor to BlackRock and I come in and see all the information and then I want to bid something lower to try to compete with them?
I agree.
We could put in this section explicit language where the legislature shall enact within, I don't know, 6 months, whatever, it's just a number, shall enact within 6 months tribal ordinance to sunset, to the sunsetting ordinance. That's not very articulate, but we could put something in here that doesn't lock you into a timeline, but mandates that the tribal council has to enact this law within X amount of time after ratification of this constitution. It kind of splits the difference and alleviates maybe some of the concern that I understand that Rob brought up, and I don't disagree with it, but also doesn't leave it wide open for the legislature to say, well, we'll get to it when we get to it. We're never gonna let, the Quaden records be opened. So and that would be one of the top priority codes then, because the Constitution would mandate that the tribal council has to enact it within whatever agreed upon timeline we agree on in this room, right?
Okay,
It's
thanks,
an
Ryan.
option.
Yep.
Okay, so we have Tyler, Rob, then Aaron.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that point, the moment we start letting people view NDAs and stuff goes all over Facebook with actual information is the moment we stop getting business agreements. Like, I would agree with the sunset, like when the NDA is closed and gone, but the only way to view an NDA is with an NDA. Otherwise, we're in violation, and that could be a huge concern for the tribe and a liability if we've waived sovereign immunity in those contracts, in any of those contracts. So we have to pull that into a sense too, is that, we did this to better the tribe financially, put us in a better situation to where we're not losing money in a restaurant, and we actually have a quality restaurant that's bringing us not only additional revenue if they make money, but guests as well who are coming to eat and maybe staying and throwing a $20 in a machine that they wouldn't normally do, There's just, the only way I can see that happening is when the contract is sunset, then it becomes viewable. But then you also, like, if you're publishing live vendor data, that puts us in another terrible situation where people just come swarm us, or some of the vendors may not be working with us anymore, and we might get swarmed by cheaper vendors, which would be able to surpass our current bid system that we have, because they know what everybody else is paying, and then we don't even get a reasonably good product anymore because we have to follow our own bid opening procedures or whatever. So that whole thing would need to be addressed too. What I don't see in this section is protection. I see our businesses protected, but I don't see our people protected. So if you're saying records of the tribal government, where are we drawing the line? Because we have enrollment records, we have housing records, we have health records, we have research records. We're not protecting any of our people. And I'm sorry, but my personal information, your personal information, none of it's anybody's business. You know what I'm saying? So like, where is the protection for our people in this section for FOIA? Because Ryan Mills should not be FOIAble. Like, we shouldn't be able to get his personal cell phone number, his personal email address, his home address, all of this other stuff, because he's an employee of the tribe and we have records of him. So I think this needs to be further hashed out in legislation to strengthen the FOIA code, which Ryan has already mentioned. But I want to see protections for the people in here. There's no protections. Like, it's, you know, there are some major concerns about this portion. You know, we could cripple our business arm, our Sioux Tribe Inc. arm, our EDC arm, our Kuwaitan arm, and open us up to competitors. What other tribe is sharing this information? Like, point to a neighboring tribe that shares this information, because they don't, because we would have a leg up on them if they did. Like, to say that we need to open that up and have it published is absolutely insane. It will ruin our position to strengthen our economy and protect our economy. And again, we are the largest employer in the Eastern Upper Peninsula, and if we do not protect the employees and the tribe, like, what are we even fighting for at this point? Like, there is a point where you share too much information to the detriment of the tribe and the government itself. So when we're talking about this, it's great to say, yeah, everything should be open to people at all times, but to what cost, to what extent? We already know that separating the powers is going to be expensive, but how are we going to recoup those expenses if we put ourselves in a position where we basically eliminate competition because we have no competition, because everybody can see what we're paying for everything? It'll be, there's no tribe that does that. If there is, I would love to see all of that information, because, you know, the reason these systems exist is to protect the tribe and its economies. Like, this is nonsense to say that all of these things should be viewable at all times. You know, like I said, records of the past should be sunset and allowed to be viewable, but ongoing vendor relationships and things of that nature, it would destroy us economically, especially with all the grant applications we're putting in. If those are viewable, to what extent can people view them and work for another agency and basically just steal our grant applications when the grant application period's still open? Contract applications with Sioux Tribe Inc. Like, how are we protecting that? Is that viewable? Are those records of the government? Like, we're going to get in a dangerous rabbit hole here and cripple ourselves economically if we go too far with this one. Yield.
Rob, and this will be your second turn talking on this issue.
So I'm not really sure what that rant was about, because I don't think there was a single board member who even alluded to the fact of people viewing ongoing contracts or people's personal information, and what are we doing to protect our members. I don't know if anyone missed this, but our Constitution obligates us to all protections under the United States Constitution, which right to privacy is there, and there's federal laws protecting the release of private information. So it is already protected, and we do have to abide by that. So that's one thing. But not a single board member here, including myself in my statements, alluded to the fact that we believe people should be able to view ongoing contracts. That's actually the opposite of what the sunset clauses are. It means that eventually, when they no longer pose a threat to our business endures, they will become available to the public, and I will stand by that 110%, that there is not a bit of information outside of civilly protected information under federal law that has to do with individuals, healthcare, child welfare. You know, we're all smart enough to know what those are. Those will not be released under any circumstances because we have a federal obligation to protect them. With that said, I don't see how any board member could sit up here and say there's no tribe that does this. There's over 500 tribes. I guarantee you, there's a tribe that believes in transparency to the fullest to their members, as they should. And I would like to point out that, if we were nothing more than a corporate board, then sure, keep everything secret 100%. Our only obligation is to make as much money as possible, but that's not what we are. We are a governing body of a people who have constitutional rights, and I absolutely want to see a constitutional right that all information that's not protected under federal law, that's not people's individual personal information, and we all know what those are, need to be available to our members, and it's without question. We have an obligation to make sure that our members are fully transparent what their government does. Now, I keep hearing BlackRock as an example. As long as it's open and doing well, that contract's open. So, of course, I would say that that would fall under a protected contract. But at some point, if the contract is done, there needs to be a sunset law to where our members can know fully what every single board member advocated for and what we did in private. We're not a corporate board. We are a board of legislators, and we have an obligation to our people to make sure that nothing is hidden from them other than people's personal information, other than law enforcement, some law enforcement data, HIPAA, and child welfare. So I don't understand where anyone even got the idea that we have board members here that want to just openly share everything 100% of the time, even if it damages our businesses. No one's suggesting that. But when contracts are done, there needs to be a set time limit where there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is a constitutional right, and our members need to have access to it.
Okay, Rob, that was your second turn. So Aaron, Kim, then Lana, and that will be your second turn as well, Lana.
Mine will be my second turn too. So first I got to clear something up. I did not say that, despite the fact that some board members very fervently had demanded access to HIPAA-related information during actually a closed session of the board and an open session of the board, and this happened at the Hessel meeting. I won't give you the exact date because I don't remember it, but it had to do with a criminal investigation as well. And certain board members were demanding to know that information. And fortunately, at the time, our legal counsel, John Wernett, our CEO, Christine, and our chief of police refused. And they teamed together and they said, no, it's not appropriate. You're not going to get that information. You're not going to get information about an ongoing criminal investigation. And you're not going to get HIPAA information. I also want to speak to this very generally. There was an assertion that HIPAA information was accessed. The board member said that just a few minutes ago. We are in a public open session. And I understand what that alludes to. That was an attempt to try to characterize and infringe on somebody's motivation for what they're talking about. But what I want to say is that first of all, for a HIPAA violation to have happened, board members would have to have access to that information in the first place. And if a staff is leaking information to board members or anybody, if staff's leaking HIPAA-related information, and what was asserted was PRC, contract health information, was breached, that was just said in public, then an investigation needs to occur. It needs to follow its logical path. It needs to be both a criminal investigation and also, because it would affect federal funding for PRC, it needs to involve Indian Health Services. Also, and I don't know if our legal department knows this yet, but when there are violations of HIPAA, you are a mandatory reporter. You are required as a tribal government to report that to, the interface is the state. The state Department of Civil Rights is required to be informed. If you believe that there was a HIPAA violation, you are required. And if you fail to require that HIPAA violation, there's an automatic fine. And I believe it's a $250,000 fine if it turns out you failed to report it and it was true that it happened. By not reporting it, there's an automatic fine. So I don't think we should be mischaracterizing and, just representing that the tribe is violating HIPAA left and right if it hasn't happened. But if you believe it's happened and you have not made a formal complaint, and if the tribe has not investigated it, then there's a liability on you for having not made that information known. So I would encourage any board members that believe that a HIPAA violation has been made to immediately make a formal complaint to law enforcement and to legal so that they can do their job to report it. Otherwise, the tribe will be on the hook for $250,000 liability. So having said that, I also want to find some middle ground between what Rob is saying, what Isaac said, and what Tyler said. I think that we have to make it clear that we are a government, and I'll use an example. At the federal level, in the last Trump term, and this is not picking on Trump because it could be just as true as Biden, but I don't know of it for Biden. But there were whistleblower complaints for violations of confidentiality, and then there were complaints of breaching the whistleblower protection law for the Trump administration in 1.0. And if we assert that because we're a government that certain information is not discoverable, that's incorrect, because it is. And the reason why we know about these things that happen at the federal level that violate ethical laws and rules of conduct for confidentiality, like, again, breaching the whistleblower law, then you're not correct. But we can legislate laws that will protect the confidentiality of our business relationships, but eventually all of that information, even in the federal level, is discoverable. It's not confidential forever.
Hey, Aaron, I want to put in, you're getting close to 5 minutes, okay?
Okay. All right, I'll stop there.
Okay, so I have Kim, then Lana.
All right, Ryan, doesn't the Privacy Act go hand in hand with FOIA? I mean, that's where our personal information is protected. I used to be a FOIA officer, so when I got a FOIA, I had to look at the Privacy Act to make sure of what I could release in that FOIA.
Yeah, and our FOIA code incorporates a lot of that already in it.
The Privacy Act?
Stuff that should be exempt, like you can't get my social security and
Right, my
certain
date of birth,
things,
all that, right.
yeah.
Okay, I was just thinking, because it's kind of like,
Kim, could I chime in, though, once you're
it's
done?
already covered.
Yeah, so there's a lot of misconceptions about FOIA. So I worked in the medical community. If I hear about someone's health-related information through the grapevine, and if I talk about it, it's not a violation of HIPAA. HIPAA is for healthcare workers. So Rob has kidney failure. So if I put on the internet, I feel bad about Rob having kidney failure. Whether or not Rob likes that or not, that's not a violation of HIPAA. But if I am Rob's nephrologist, and if I put that information on there, that's a violation of HIPAA. So a lot of people get that mixed up.
Yeah, and our legal department is very familiar with HIPAA. I've done HIPAA at other tribes. I've done HIPAA trainings. We just had to deal with compliance and reporting issues with our cyber breach. We are well versed in it and just had to go through all that whole shebang, right, with our cyber event from last February. So.
Okay, and then just a real quick, in 1997, wait a minute, let me see how I'm reading this. 2004, there was a resolution passed, and I don't know if it's been rescinded or whatever. It says, any and all personnel or business dealings with any third party doing business with Sioux Tribe, and then it names different things. It says, shall be immediately disclosed to the tribal membership, provided there is no confidentiality clause. So it sounds like we have a resolution, but whether it's been rescinded or amended, I don't know, and it's resolution 2004-97. So you might want to look at that and see if, because this kind of goes along with the business stuff you're talking about, Rob's talking about.
Lana, this will be your second turn.
Yeah, that was interesting, Kim, what you said, because that was the year I got on the board, and I can distinctly remember the communication from that board was way different, about getting that information out. But I will say, and I don't say it often, but I 1,000% agree with everything that Rob said. There is ways and mechanisms that we can, nobody said to give out medical information, nobody said to give out employee information, nobody said that. I heard and agree with the sunset clause, that's an avenue that we can pursue. I agree and heard you say that you are working on internal codes for an NDA disclosure that can be standard, so that's a good thing. And then my thought and suggestion was that we come up with a legislative and an executive communication plan when we do enter into agreements to see what information we can give out to membership. That's a suggestion that I made. So I don't know how I got turned around or who said, we wanted to go down a rabbit hole of giving out medical information or all of our business proprietary information. I'm not foolish. I mean, nobody wants to do that. But members do have a right to know when we enter into a business agreement what the standard practice is going to be and what the return is going to be in some way, shape, or form. And that can be discussed with the business owner upon entering into that business agreement because they have a right to know. I have a right to know. So, sitting here. So, I have a whole bunch of notes, but I'm not going to get close to my 5 minutes other than, again, I will say, everything that Rob said, I do completely agree with on this one. And we can come to certain agreements here on how members can get information because we can change and put a 3-branch government in place, but if we don't have the infrastructure in place to let the membership know what we're doing in the different branches of government when it comes to all aspects, except privileged information to protect the membership, I'll say that real clearly, because I know the difference and everybody else does too sitting here, that we got to get better. We just got to get better at that too, because a 3-branch government we can do and have all the checks and balances we want. If we don't have to answer to them, we're going to do what we want anyways in the different branches. So that's my whole point.
Bridget.
So I fully agree with Sioux Tribe members getting the information. Coming in, I know that that's the way the Constitution is right now. You can come into the office, give them the time they can review the documents, understand not being able to take pictures, make photocopies, whatever. I think our information should be held tightly to Sioux Tribe members, not, here's a zip drive, here's a stack of papers that we're putting all over social media because everybody in the United States, everybody in the world gets to see that information. I think it should be Sioux Tribe members. I think business is a little bit different. I do believe that there's things that tribal members should be able to know about that. I think we need to do a better job of communicating when we vote on some of those things. But I do think that, like I said, somehow it needs to somewhat be protected to Sioux Tribe. I also understand an at-large member can't just, come down to Ashland and look at the information. So we have to find some sort of way that works. But like I said, I just don't like everything being plastered all over that I don't think is other tribes. I don't think it non-natives' interest of what we have going on. But I do think our members should know more than they do currently.
Okay, anyone else? All right, so I will say this. I think it's common sense that ongoing contracts should not be foiable for the reasons that we talked about. I think there's a time and place to figure out what the benefit was to the tribe, but not while contracts are valid and in place. We can use Lumen as an example, BlackRock, any of the other vendors that we work with, but there's also low-hanging fruit that our members should be privy to, like investigative reports and the previous board members where the tribe spent tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm not being selective of who that is either. All those reports should be foiable. All of them should be. In addition to that, memos detailing wrongdoings by committee members. That should also be foiable. So when we talk about information should be accessible to the membership, we shouldn't be selective about it. We shouldn't be protecting each other, especially if you're spending tribal dollars to try to investigate wrongdoing and it's either substantiated or non-substantiated. When that's left with a big question mark, that doesn't do our tribal government any favors, and I've said it for a long time. I think one of the best disinfectants is sunlight. And that's one of the best ways that you can prevent wrongdoing, is if you're busted, you will be named, period. Cultural enhancement funds. There's no reason why the membership shouldn't be able to figure out how much is in those coffers and what we're spending them on and how much we're paying certain people. All that information should be, available to whoever asks. There's nothing wrong with that. We're not talking about proprietary business information. We're talking about how board members spend cultural dollars. So we passed a resolution a while ago to do the cultural center in St. Ignace, and there's really no excuse why they can't be done every single time. So we can be transparent, but there's ways that we can be transparent in other areas as well. So Ryan, what's your recommendation on this? Let's circle back on this because it's been a while.
Yeah, sorry. So just a couple thoughts first before I forget. So that resolution that Kim brought up, Josh and I were just doing some digging. It looks like arguably when we adopted FOIA in 2015, that code, because it governs how all things are released, probably arguably superseded that 2004 reso. Just so we're all on the same page there. My recommendations are on the screen. The black text is our current section, what it reads in the current draft amendment. What I want to change it to is highlighted. So it says tribal government, books and records of the tribal government. And then I added this just now per our discussion. The tribal council shall enact tribal laws consistent with this article to govern the reasonable disclosure of information within 6 months. I'm not set, it can be shorter, but that's just a placeholder. 6 months of the ratification of this amended constitution, so we're obligating and directing tribal council to create those laws, which would have to include those sunset provisions, so we can make sure we dictate how the records are available for inspection, et cetera, from the membership. And then in section 2, change tribe highlighted to tribal government. Those are the legal department suggestions on how to change.
Okay, does anyone have any recommendations outside the legal department's recommendation? That was a big conversation for nothing then. Rob?
No. Is that productive?
I mean, if I have to keep coming back to it, my recommendation is that it's a constitutional right and that we mandate through Constitution that the legislative body shall enact laws for the release of information.
Just a question, Rob, is that different than what I put on the screen? I think we're
You guys
I
are
know
going
we're
to have
close.
to
I know we're close
state
to the
what
same.
you want me to write down.
I know we're
It
close
has
to the
go-
same
Hold on a second,
page.
Ryan. It has to go beyond an idea. If you guys feel strong about this, you guys have to verbalize it, not just say, I agree with Rob. So
Well-
someone verbalize it.
Well,
Tribal council
that's too
shall.
small for me, Ryan, so.
So let me read it again, sorry, Rob. The tribal council shall enact tribal laws consistent with this article. The article is the tribal records article, to govern the reasonable disclosure of information within 6 months of the ratification of this amended constitution. So you have 6 months, within 6 months, you gotta get your FOIA law up to snuff as soon as we pass this.
I'm okay with that, and because I think the members will hold us accountable to it, and if it's enshrined in Constitution, then we have to do it. I'm fine with it.
All right, Isaac.
But can't we add the sunset language to it? Because I don't think that some people will want to do it, Rob. I mean, if we took a vote right now, who knows what would happen, right?
What about this, Ryan?
I have a comment.
Okay, what about this, Ryan? Mandate that all expired contracts are FOIA-able.
I would still push you guys to put that in the code, not in the Constitution.
Lana?
Keep it broad enough in the Constitution where we can make sure our codes that we have to adopt are not out of line with it, but still carrying out the intent. The intent is, within 6 months, we have this code, and it's gonna govern all the release of information that the tribal government holds. So you're gonna be able to say, Kuwaitan Gaming Authority, within this time frame, you gotta release your records to us, the tribal government, and then as soon as you do that, it's FOIA-able, right? That's what this language is gonna mandate that we do as a tribe.
Okay, so I created a different speaking list based
called
on,
on me.
hold on a second. I created a different speaking list based on questions regarding the poll options. So I already called on Isaac, I already called on Rob, about to call on Lana, then Aaron. This will count against your 2 turns. Go ahead, Lana.
Yeah, what you just explained encompassed all of it, as long as that's the mechanism right there where we're gonna work on that business information too, business information, they'll have 6 months to get that information out as well. Once it's released to the government, and that's where we can encompass a plan where the government or the branches have a responsibility to get a communication plan out for it.
Right. So I want to make sure I'm understanding what you said, Lana. So not 6 months isn't for full disclosure. 6 months is the timeline where if we separate, the tribal council has to make their code. You're probably going to have varying timelines based on what kind of information. So like if it's tech-related information, industry standard is usually about 10 years for NDAs. If it's like a business relationship, like a BlackRock thing, usually it's between 1 and 3 years after the contract ends. So we'll have to, there will be different timelines depending on what type of information and how long that it needs to be remained protected from disclosure. So it wouldn't be one size fits all. It's going to depend on, like for contracts, maybe it's just 1 year after it ends, right? But for BlackRock style agreements, maybe it's 3 years. For something with our IT department, maybe it's 5 to 10 years. It'll depend. But then this mandates that tribal council has to create that code within 6 months. And, the code will probably be challenged in court. But we would do our best to make it as robust as possible, in line with this Constitution, to make sure we protect everyone's information and allow access to the tribal citizens.
Yeah, because after this conversation, I think that you have the gist of that we want to make it easier for members to have the information on every aspect of what the tribe does. With my point being, we can have a 3-branch government, but if we all get to do what we want and there's no communication or there's no access to records when we do something, but I totally understand the non-disclosures too, and I only use BlackRock, love the food, love that they're here, I supported it, so I don't want this to be twisted around that it's anything other than that, as an example, what we're doing right now. So,
it's a good example to illustrate what we're talking about.
yeah,
It's
absolutely.
something that's ongoing right now.
So I'm fine with that language, thank you.
Aaron?
So I don't think it's clear enough, and it doesn't address what Isaac or Rob has asked for. I'm not comfortable leaving it up to the legislature to enact some kind of a sunset. I think we need to reference that in the Constitution it says the council shall enact tribal laws consistent with this article to govern reasonable disclosure of information within 6 months. We need to modify it by saying that, and will enact appropriate sunset laws that govern when it's appropriate to release business or proprietary information. So something like that. Because if we don't include it, it kind of depends on who the board members are in office, but you're hearing several arguments today. You're hearing people say that they support disclosure, but you're not hearing anybody actually come up with any ideas about how to make sure that happens. And I don't want to leave it to the same people in the legislature to say, oh yeah, well, it's in place, don't worry about it. I think if it's in the Constitution that references the creation of sunset laws, then if they fail to do that, then they open up the tribe to having themselves challenged to the tribal court system. So that looks good to me, what you just said.
Okay, Rob, this will be your second turn.
If there's a way we could have a little more teeth in it, I'm fine with it, but I'm also fine with this because it mandates that we have to legislate it. But a point I'd like to make is, remember, we're going to have a separate court. So a member could go into court and say, hey, I requested this information. By Constitution, I have a right to it. And the court will make a determination on that and say, it could kick it back to the legislator and say, hey, you have to further refine that because this is unreasonable. Because, if we're denying something that the court finds to be a reasonable release of information, they're going to check us on it. And we're going to have to further develop our code to be within compliance of what the court finds reasonable. So I'm okay with this, knowing that when this is enacted, we'll have a separate court that's elected by our members, so they will hold us accountable to this. And I think the wording's fine there, knowing that any member could challenge what reasonable is in court. And then we could further define that within our code, because clearly our Constitution will mandate the legislative body to develop that code. And if we develop a code that is considered unreasonable by our court, the court will instruct us to refine our code, and we will have to do so.
Tyler, anyone else? Okay, then I ask that we vote on this afterwards. Tyler?
I just want to be clear that this language doesn't put us in immediate violation because it says tribal council shall enact tribal laws. The tribal council doesn't enact the laws. They pass acts to get signed off into law by the OGMA.
Oh, good catch.
Should pass resolutions. How about that? You guys will pass resolutions. Any objection to that, Ryan?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
No, it should say enacted.
Enact resolutions.
Yeah. Because it's not enacted until it goes through the full process, which includes a potential veto and an override.
How's that? Shall enact tribal laws through resolution consistent with this article to govern the reasonable disclosure of information and appropriate sunset laws with regard to the disclosure of proprietary business information within 6 months of the ratification of this amended constitution. I think that covers the bases we were discussing.
Good, guys? I think it looks good. All right, so let's poll on this. So we got two options. So option number one is legal's recommendation, and that's the yellow text that's on the screen. So option two will be Aaron's recommendation to also add the following text to what's already up there in yellow. It will state, and will enact appropriate sunset laws to release proprietary contract information at appropriate times.
And I did kind of add Aaron's language in a version to what's on the screen.
You already added that on there?
I added disclosure of information and appropriate sunset laws with regard to the disclosure of proprietary business information within 6 months. So I did try to capture what Aaron.
So Aaron, I think that captures what you're going for. Do you agree?
It does. It does.
Okay, awesome. Tyler?
I'm still not comfortable with the word enact because all we would be doing is passing legislation. So it just, to me, it feels like a conflict because the council doesn't enact anything.
Can you take out tribal laws then, Ryan? We'll enact resolutions, pass resolutions.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. You guys do enact the laws just because the OGMA confirms them. You're still enacting them, but it's fine. The tribal council shall pass through resolution. How about we say the tribal council shall pass through resolution laws consistent with this article, et cetera, et cetera.
Looks good. It's common sense. They're just going to pass a resolution, then it has to be signed into law. So, all right, is everyone good to vote? Aaron, it doesn't seem like we need a number two. So it just seems like yes, if you're comfortable with the text that's on the screen, or no, and we can go back to the drawing board, guys, okay? All right, poll please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Lana. Yes. Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry had to step out, but he said yes. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael. Yes. Isaac.
Yes.
Austin.
Yes. All right, so passes unanimous. Thank you, Ryan.
All right.
So that concludes all the pollable items that the legal department identified that we had to reach a consensus on prior to our finalized draft. So with that being said, we'll no longer need a constitutional amendment workshop on Thursday. What's the next step, Ryan?
Well, before we adjourn, before agenda review, I have a couple of clarification questions with the timeline that I want to ask. But the next step would be, I'll clean up the red lines and this summary. I'm going to create a more readable executive summary for the membership, and then I have to submit all that to you by Friday.
Okay, and
And presumably that means you want to post it to our website? We didn't talk about that, but
Yes,
I presume
yeah.
that was the intent.
Yeah, we want a finalized draft that doesn't have all the lines through it. That way we can share them with our membership. If we can post it online, that would be awesome as well. But what information do you need clarified from us?
Let me scroll down to my end of this memo. Oh, so I had a couple questions. One, if now that we have our kind of final red line, if there's no objection, I'd like to start the informal review process with the BIA. We don't have to do a resolution or anything, it's all the informal process. We can start getting their feedback now while we get membership feedback through posting it online. I think it's better to maybe start that process. We probably could have started it sooner, but start it now at least, so we can see what the BIA might flag, so we have time to workshop that and stay within our deadlines. If
Okay,
there's
is
no
anyone
objections.
opposed to that? Okay, no one's opposed to that.
And then there was another, I need to pull up the deadline resolution. But basically, I want clarification on what you want this March 6th package to look like. So I believe also on Friday is due the financial, at least the initial financial analysis of what the startup costs are. On March 6th, we have like this bigger package with like the outline of a timeline. I need to pull up the resolution to look at all the things. Identifying codes from the legal department on what codes might need to fix, might need to be changed, might need to be added. But let me just pull up that resolution quick. Because there was something else. I wasn't sure exactly what you all were envisioning that data to look like. Oh, there was a question about IT, like what the IT need might be.
So if I'm not mistaken, what we're looking for is a price tag of how much this will cost to implement, along with a list of codes that would need to be changed to reflect the separation, correct?
Yeah, there was more in that second deadline. Let me pull up the resolution. So we're good, we're good with the understanding of like the price tag, the codes. There was also roles, responsibilities. Okay, here's where I wasn't sure what this meant. I apologize, I could have asked you at that meeting, but everything was happening so fast. Draft transition provisions, is that envisioning like a draft implementation plan? Is that what that is looking for? So I understand
That's what I would
so
consider
we
it.
have
I mean,
phased steps, which is that. We have phased steps in A, and we have C, draft transition provisions. And are those kind of similar, where we're looking at how we can implement this when it passes?
That's what I would interpret it as, because we just passed a poll that stated that the government would have 18 months to transition to this, but you mentioned there's going to be a list of priorities of certain things that get changed before others. So that's what I would interpret it as. Okay, if this passes, how are we changing the government and in what order? Along with the price tag, along with the list of codes that need to be updated.
Perfect. And then we also have roles, responsibilities. I think we're clear on that. What we're working on is when we separate out, here's all the different like key employees, departments, et cetera, and here's where they'll report to, here's where their responsibilities will be, here's what the OGMA is over, here's how the Kuwait Gaming Authority would work, stuff like that, I think is what B, roles and responsibilities, is alluding to. So that's what we're working on. If there's something different that we need to add to it, let me know today. And then E is risk mitigation plan. And I think I understand from a legal perspective, trying to mitigate certain maybe lawsuits or legal risk, but I didn't know what exactly the board was envisioning for the mitigation risk part of your resolution.
So Aaron, I'm going to call on you a second, but does anyone have any interpretation of what that means? Just focus it to that right now to answer Ryan's question.
Yes, what it means is anticipation of lawsuits coming up and what the mitigation cost is going to be to us.
And that's what we were focusing on, but if there was something else you had in mind, I wanted to ask now, so we have time to add that into our analysis.
Okay, does anyone else have any comment on that?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
so obviously we can control that risk mitigation if the legislature doesn't pass laws that people are going to challenge that violate their due process or their constitutional rights. So.
Okay, is that the direction you need, Ryan?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. The only other thing that I want to start doing as we get closer to you all voting on sending this to the secretary election is I want to do some articles in our paper, on our website, just explaining the legislative process, kind of just explain, or not the legislative process, the secretary election process, and explain how it's all going to work, and just get out in front of some of the membership questions. It's been a while since our tribe has done a secretarial election, and it looks different than our election, so I want to take the lead on getting some stuff, information out, flyers, Facebook posts, newspaper articles, et cetera, from the legal department, just explaining, here's where we're going, here's what's gonna happen, et cetera. As long as no one objects to that, which I don't hope.
Any objections there?
I don't, but I do have a comment on what, the previous step.
I'm going to call on you. I'm just holding it up to the end until Ryan's done.
That's good, I'm good
Okay,
now.
all right, Aaron, then Mike.
So, what I'm requesting in good faith here is that when we do the projection of the legal expense, of the expense, that we apply our existing expenditures, because in the past, what I've seen is some games played by the projection of cost that did not deduct our existing costs. So what we need to know is the marginal difference between what we're currently spending and what it will cost for full implementation of a separation of powers. So I think that the citizens will err on the side of having due process rights and a remedy if their constitutional rights are violated, that whatever that cost is, that they are going to want those rights and protections anyway. But what I'm saying is, to be fair and to be proper, is that when we project those costs, that we deduct the existing costs, because I haven't seen that yet. And then as far as the transition, I hope that we're not, again, playing another game where we're going to try to delay, so that we don't ever get to a vote through some transition plan that has to be written up to articulate out every single step that has to happen. It's going to take the legislature years to enact laws that will then comport with ensuring that the rights of due process and constitutional rights are protected. So to put that all on the legal department, to have that all written up before we do anything, I hope that's not a filibuster. I don't think it's reasonable to ask that will be fully articulated. I do think it's reasonable for the legal department to fly spec what that might look like and what that calendar might look like going forward. So from the time that we make the decision to move forward, to start looking at what those transitions look like, really we don't even have to have that in place until after we have a vote, but there's no reason why we can't get started on it. So I just want to be clear that we're not asking for all of that big strategic plan to be enacted before we take action. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
My only comment, I don't object to legal putting anything out. I just want to make sure that legal is prepared to start answering, have contact information and have who's going to be the contact on your flyers. Is it just going to be the Sioux Tribe Legal Department? Please.
Yeah, we have like a
contact this number.
legal@siouxtribe.net email that we could use. I think that would be fine.
As long as there's a contact that members can get a hold of, I think it's a great idea to start getting the information out there. The sooner the better.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Yep, I'm getting to it. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll hear membership feedback. So we have 2 members here in person, and we have a member here online as well. So 5-minute break, and then we'll tackle that, and then we'll be on recess until agenda review at 4 o'clock. And get back to our seats. The break has concluded. So when we restructured how we were going to have these constitutional amendment workshops, we talked about getting a higher level of feedback from our citizens. So the rules that we agreed on is if any citizens show up on time at the beginning of the workshop, we give them time to talk about, the pollable items that we were going to be discussing and just give us feedback about their opinion on how the overall process has been going. That, and we were going to give them the opportunity at the end of every workshop as well. So we didn't have anyone here at the beginning of today's workshop, so we didn't do that. But we have some people here now. So Carrie, do you want to say anything?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yep, go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Oh, well, I appreciate the opportunity to go first, being online. Let me put my video on. Oh, my video is disabled. Do you get to see my face?
Nah, we know what you look like, though.
Let me stop sharing, that might help. I stopped sharing, that might help.
Okay. Well, regardless, oh wait, start my video. There we go. I appreciate the opportunity to address the tribal leadership, and I'm here, it's kind of confusing for me in both these capacities because I wear many hats, and I know many of you personally. I'm a licensed attorney in the state of Michigan. I also am the general counsel for the Lac Vieux des Airs, and I've been the tribe's chief appellate court justice for, gosh, I'd say going on over 10 years now. I want to say 10 years or better. And I just, so looking at, and I'm also a tribal citizen. And I've been involved. I was a previous tribal court administrator for the Pokagon Band. I also worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office. I've also worked for a juvenile justice facility. And so I've been involved in courts and with tribes for the better of probably at this point now in my career. I just had my 50th birthday in August, but about 30 years. And I'm really frustrated with this process. I have to kind of get that off my chest first. I totally understand that there is a mandate from tribal citizenry to get this done. And I know that this is something that the tribe has been working towards for, decades. And so it is, it's just kind of frustrating with all of the knowledge that I bring, not to be consulted when the judicial branch is being drafted. And I'm gonna restrict my comments to the judicial branch because that's where my focus was. And I appreciate the fact that, in constitutional reform, the call or the mandate that I've heard from community members is we need an independent judiciary. We need a place for membership to be able to bring their constitutional concerns and to have their matters heard. I know firsthand, as a judge of the Court of Appeals, the limits that are placed on us within the tribal constitution and within the tribal law. And let me just clarify that limit within the constitution is tribal leadership made. The Constitution says that the council or the board shall enact ordinances to create the judicial branch, or the judiciary, basically, courts of the tribe. Those courts of the tribe could have always been independent through legislation. This constitutional amendment is sorely needed, but is something that could have been done years ago through legislation, through resolution, and we could have allowed members to bring their constitutional claims to the court. You have a panel right now that has over 100 years of experience in dealing, law-trained judges in dealing with these constitutional issues. And there has been consistency in that court. And so I would just say that I'm coming from a place where I'm frustrated, but I'm happy to participate, even if it is as a tribal citizen and even if I only get 5 minutes. I think there's a couple of things that the tribal leadership needs to know, in that, it seems like in every other arena, our tribal court is looked upon as an independent and respected judiciary, but our own. Since 2016, we've handled 5,863 cases. And that doesn't even count the lives that we've affected that are involved with those cases. And those cases run the gamut from criminal, civil, domestic violence, landlord-tenant, child welfare. We've had cases that have been adjudicated by federal courts. And in those cases, the federal courts has dismissed the action because it had no legal authority to intervene in a matter already decided by a sovereign tribal judiciary. What I've heard on the workshops that I've listened to related to the judicial branch is more of I guess, a reduction in independence. Every time I tune into a workshop, there are more and more suggestions about reducing the independence of the judicial branch, which I think in the long run is going to pose problems for the tribe. I also, the Court of Appeals and I took an in-depth review of Article 6 of the judicial branch, and we noted some things that, and I apologize, I was under the impression both from the January 6th meeting as well as from emails back and forth that we would have until February 6th to get our written comments to the legal department. I still intend to provide written comments, but I just wanted to go through, in the amendment itself, it states what the composition of the judicial branch, but it doesn't actually establish it as an independent and co-equal branch of the government. And so I would just suggest that there be language added in my written comments. I've provided some sample language. With regard to the election versus appointment structure, I know you guys have talked about this at length, but one of the things as judges, we wonder, how will judicial elections be run? How many associate or substitute judges will there be? And how are they selected, and what's the difference between the two? We have some concerns that, at least on my tenure for the court, we've had some issues with getting applicants. And so if you are, and right now it's an application process and sort of an interview and confirmation process. If you're changing this to an election, do we really think that people are going to run? And if they do, is it going to be more of a popularity contest versus who has the ability to decide these constitutional questions, or any of these questions with regard to interpretation of the law? And so I have some concerns about that not only as a seated judge, but as well, as a community member. What kind of law is going to come out of our court if you don't have legally trained individuals sitting on the court? Now, please understand, and I've been there, I think it was in 2024 that I appeared before the board and suggested that the composition of the Court of Appeals, be 3 law-trained judges, a community member, and an elder, because the community member and the elder provide the kind of context we need within the community and ground us back into culture and tradition, which is one of the things that is replete throughout our laws. Regardless of whether or not opinions differ about whether or not that is law, I would suggest that it is, because if the 7 grandfather teachings aren't law, then what the heck are we doing as a tribal community? We're just another westernized government. The other thing that's unclear within the draft itself is the appointment power of the tribal ogama, and then, council approval. I think that needs to be remedied, maybe with a supermajority confirmation, independent judicial selection committee, public posting and comment period, so the public understands. The other thing, and I'll just tell you, as a tribal attorney, when I first started representing clients in tribal communities in private practice, when I graduated from law school in 2010, and I had worked in tribal communities for several years before that, one of the first things that I did was enact a Legislative Procedures Act, or draft a Legislative Procedures Act, so that I could be sure and community could be sure that when the tribe enacts a law, that it will accept public comment and consider those. I don't see any of that happening here. And so you're getting one perspective from, well, maybe not one. I mean, you all have your own perspective, but then you're getting legal advice from your legal department. But there are a lot of other perspectives that should be considered. And so I would urge one of the lists, or one of the codes that's on legal department's list is a Legislative Procedure Act that requires public posting and comment, so that that can be considered by the legislative branch. The other issues with the Constitution that I note, as drafted, the substitute judge selection may create conflicts. There's some ambiguity with regard to the term language. It says that judges will remain seated until the successor is sworn in, but there's no holdover limit stated, so that could allow for extended appointments if elections are extended service if elections or appointments are delayed. The other concern I have, or that we have, relate to qualifications. Right now, I understand you had a conversation about who is qualified to be a judge and the age of that person. I would submit to you that a person who's of voting age is not yet mature enough to handle the kinds of questions and cases that are handled by the tribal court. They don't have the legal training and they don't have the life experience. And so I would urge you to put that back at age 35, as you had it in the beginning. The broad prohibitions that exist in the current Section 4D of Article 6 about serving in any elected or appointed capacity for the tribe, state, or the United States of America, excluding appointments to committees formed for the public good, is problematic, because it will bar, attorneys have an obligation to give back to their attorney as being at their communities as members of the bar. This is going to disallow any judge from being on a state bar committee, judicial education committees, tribal consortiums. It might otherwise deter qualified candidates. The public good exception is ambiguous and invites disputes. Also, the way that it's written allows for service in local government, as it's omitted from the list of tribal, state, and U.S. And so I think that needs to be rethought. I'm just not sure why that provision was put in, but I would suggest that you strike it altogether. I missed the portion of the workshop today where you talked about the mile radius restriction. I appreciate the fact that you declined to poll vote for the appellate judge, or appellate judges, but I would also submit to you, and I looked it up, there's 45 to 70 licensed attorneys within 50 miles of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. And I'm sure that all of those attorneys are either comfortable in their positions or they have their own practices, and they won't be coming to the Sioux Tribe Court as a full-time judge anytime soon. Moreover, all communities in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan struggle with housing and make it difficult for judges and qualified individuals to relocate. And so I would just ask you to reconsider that 50-mile radius. And then with the Supreme Court composition, like I explained before, 3 appellate judges, including the Chief Justice, I would suggest that only one of those associate justices not be an attorney, or having one of those associate judges not be an attorney is unwise, but we should reserve a seat for a tribal elder or a cultural advisor. In addition, I think that it's problematic that the mandatory exhaustion of tribal remedies provision in section 5A is written as it is. And I would just ask legal counsel to look at that, because it requires that all cases involving tribal jurisdiction to be filed and exhausted in tribal court before there's any outside filing. The risks of that as a constitutional provision could interfere with the tribe's right to contract and waive such jurisdiction in the best interest of the tribe and allow for it to waive jurisdiction in the best interest of the tribe for business purposes. So I'm sure that you enter into business relationships all the time that require you to waive your sovereign immunity as well as tribal court exhaustion. If you leave the tribal constitutional provision as it is, I would suggest that that would be unconstitutional. You also should probably consider allowing for federal habeas corpus rights, federal employment claims, whistleblower statutes, and ensure that the language isn't interpreted as an attempted waiver of federal access. Finally, the judicial courts, or the Supreme Court's exclusive jurisdiction over election disputes. I think that if the judiciary or positions within the judiciary are required to be elected, we need to ensure that there's some sort of provision in there requiring no conflict of interest or recusal requirements for justices that may be involved in hearing their own disputes. And then as far as Supreme Court discretion to accept or deny appeals, I understand you also workshopped this, but I would caution that Section 6, as it sits right now, is the right to accept or deny any appeal. There's no, I would advise against that.
The recording has stopped.
Oh,
You can keep going, Carrie. We can hear you.
okay. No criteria for discretionary review, the potential for inconsistent access to justice.
This meeting is being recorded.
And it could be used to avoid politically sensitive cases. You might want to consider adding mandatory review for constitutional questions, mandatory review for criminal convictions, and written explanation for denial. I may not have added it to my comments, but I do see in section 6C, the right to appeal. Any party to a civil action or a defendant in a criminal action who's dissatisfied with the judgment can appeal. What about the plaintiff? What about the people? If a judge gets it wrong, the people should be allowed to appeal that final judgment as well. And so I think that needs to be added back in. And then, as currently written, the judicial budget is authority without safeguards. So it allows for both the chief judge and the chief justice to submit budget requests directly to the legislative branch, but there's no requirement for a unified judicial budget. There's no protection against legislative retaliation, and there's no process for dispute resolution if the budget is cut. I would also say that, the compensation clause protects judges, but not the institution itself. There are no protections for court staffing, operational budgets, or guarantees of judicial independence through funding. And then, in addition, there are some missing provisions that I noticed with regard to judicial discipline and removal procedures, judicial ethics code adoption requirement, recusal standards, court administrator authority, rulemaking and transparency requirements, as well as access to justice provisions related to like a public defender, indigent services, all of those of which could probably be taken care of by tribal law, but omitting them can create operational and constitutional vulnerabilities. And so I understand that this is moving at an extreme pace, and that I don't ever come to the table without a solution. And so I do have a model or a judicial branch article that helps to respond to the comments and the risks that I've mentioned to you today. It was modeled largely after the draft that was provided to me on January 23rd, I believe. So if there have been changes made since then, it isn't included, as well as my own 30 years of experience, and the Muskogee Creek Nation, which has a functioning and thriving three-branch government. I also, as I alluded to earlier, offer that creating judicial independence doesn't need to wait until the approval of the revised constitution. We submit that tribal leadership possesses the authority today to enact a resolution that provides the court with jurisdiction to hear matters derived from constitutional questions, to provide operational safeguards, including administrative, operational, and budgetary autonomy to ensure immediate separation of powers within the current government, at least for an independent judiciary. And while this doesn't negate the need for the constitutional amendment, it more clearly defines the lines that might be currently blurred and begin the separation now. I heard you talk about today implementation being 18 months after it's enacted. Guys, I've gone through this process with other tribal clients. It's a long process, and it's going to be confusing for our tribal membership. As Ryan just alluded to, there are, it's different than the current tribal election. You have to register for this election. People aren't going to understand that. And if they don't register, they don't vote, including anybody sitting at that table. If you don't fill out your card as a tribal leader, you would not be able to vote with regard to this constitution. And the BIA is going to go back and forth with you related to whatever you submit. And so, I'm just letting you know that it's probably going to take a while for you to get something that will be called for a secretarial election. And you're in the middle of an administration that keeps closing its doors. And so if it is the Bureau that has to call the election, it's not us. And so you're going to be beholden to whether or not the BIA has the staff to run the election. And because, again, I'm solution-oriented, I have included in my comments a potential draft of both, like I said, the Model Article 6, as well as a resolution that would allow for you to separate or recognize the independence of the court immediately, based on the tenets that you've put forth in Article 6. So with that, I wish that we could have been involved in the discussion. I think we could have had some really good clarifying discussion, but I will submit this to Ryan, and I'll submit it to wherever else you direct me to. And I hope that the Court of Appeals information or comments are considered. I hope that my comments are considered as a tribal member, and I will be done.
Okay, I appreciate it, Carrie. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to call the other two ladies up as well to see if they have comment as well. We have 10 minutes until agenda review. So Janet or Sheila, which of you would like to go first? Go both. Come on up, ladies. You got 10 minutes.
It's here to look good. Okay, I would like to see a fail-safe. And a fail-safe is not in our Constitution. And that means if the chair goes rogue, there's a fail-safe, it's an automatic stop. But the same vice versa to the legislative department, it's a full-on stop. Meaning, so no damage can happen to the tribe. I brought this up with Ryan, he said, never seen anything like it. But I've seen our past history. I know the things that have happened in our tribe, and we need a fail-safe. You can't have things go rogue in this tribe. So a fail-safe is a protection for the membership and the tribe itself. So I asked Ryan, I know he was writing down, thinking of language for it, but I think that's something you ought to consider putting in that Constitution, that fail-safe. So in that way, when we have elected leaders from everywhere, and they're on this board, they understand what that means. You do something, that fail-safe is automatic. It happens. without the public having to remove you. Because if you don't have a fail-safe that automatically hits, they can do all kinds of damage. And that has to be preventable for the tribe. And that's all I got, because she covered everything else. She is good.
Thank
I
you,
like
Janet, I
her.
appreciate it. Nancy? Sheila, excuse me, 1 second, Nancy. Sheila, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I just wanted to make the board aware that, you know, I've been to a couple of your workshops discussing this new constitution and stuff, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of, make sure you do what your membership wants. Don't change too much that they go, that's not what we wanted. That's it.
Yeah, and I thought of one more thing. I did think of one more thing.
Oh, you're good, Janet, go ahead.
I also want to remind you guys, you asked us as the membership a specific question. A specific question. In no way, shape, or form was this what the membership asked for. They asked you to separate the powers. That was it. Everything else, that wasn't asked for. So that's also a misrepresentation of what you are actually doing. Just want to point that out.
Thank you, Janet, thank you, Sheila. Nancy, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be really quick. I was very happy to see our appellate judge speak, as I have been very concerned since the start that the court was not being given an equal status to the other branches. I expressed that to every one of my Unit 1 board members and to other board as well, asking to please bring the court in to these discussions early on. And I'm very disappointed that it's now coming at what appears to be the very end. I would ask you to go back through and look at the judicial section in keeping with all of her recommendations. If we don't have a strong judicial branch, we really don't have a true separation of powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, appreciate your comments. Anyone else online or in person want to speak? Okay, so let's have a brief recess, we'll reconvene
Oh, hold on, Austin, I have a procedural question.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, and so Ryan announced earlier that we're now going to go back through our different departments and ask their opinions about the draft. I don't see why we wouldn't be doing that with the appellate court. Our appellate judge is not an employee, but is no less important than any of the departments that are going to be asked. So he did lay out how that was going to happen in the next couple of days. So I don't know why we wouldn't be doing that with our appellate judge. Thanks.
Hey, Aaron, this is Ryan, obviously. We are. I didn't send it to Carrie directly, but I can. I sent it through the Court of Appeals coordinator. I sent it through Tracy. So the Court of Appeals I told them internally, people are giving us comments until February on just like policy concerns, et cetera, through February 6th, excuse me, policy concerns, et cetera. And so I didn't send it to Carrie directly originally, but I have sent it to her now. I can send it again if she needs it. But the Court of Appeals certainly has the same opportunity that our internal departments have to get me comments that I can include in that March 6th deadline package too. I don't want to stop getting feedback from all our various entities. They can keep it coming, even though our red line for the deadline is due to you on Friday. If they have comments on stuff like Carrie mentioned, a lot of codes that I've also flagged for you that need to either be enacted or changed, like those can keep coming in because those are all pertinent to that packet that's coming to you all on March 6th. So yeah, I can send it to Carrie if she needs again, but certainly I want the Court of Appeals to be able to comment on that process as well. So
Okay,
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, guys, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we will tackle agenda review. We have a fairly light agenda for tonight's meeting. Nothing controversial, mainly just budgets. So let's recess until 4:05. Go ahead and get back to our seats. Our break has concluded, and the item that we're currently on is agenda review. So the first resolution that we're going to cover for agenda review is Natural Resource Division, Nuns Creek Rehab, Hatchery Establishment of FY 2026 budget.
Let me kick it off. Hi, everyone.
Let's do it.
I'm the director for the Natural Resources Division. The three budgets that we have on the agenda today, we previously reviewed during a workshop a couple weeks ago. But this one is to support the facilities at Nuns Creek, and we pulled this out of the packet because we were awarded additional money. Specifically, this will support purchase of a tractor and replacing some doors at the hatchery.
Okay, much appreciated. Any questions or comments on this resolution? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next one, which is Natural Resource Division, GLRI, Monitoring and Restoration of St. Mary's River.
A similar situation for this one. So this is Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funding. We're looking to establish a budget that includes some staff time as well as a contract with the local invasive species management group here in town. This one we received notification of later in the year, so pulled it from the packet.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Any questions, comments on this resolution? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next, which is Natural Resource Division, Black Tern and Mud Puppy, Establishment of FY 2026 budget.
And then finally, this one is actually a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Award. Again, this one will support staff time, and it actually provides similar employees that were on that GLRI Coastal Initiative funding. This supports the missing components from them. But this work seeks to build on our coastal wetland restoration work with focusing on a couple key species, both black terns and mud puppies, which are indicators of wetland health.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next resolution is FY 26 budget document from the Health Division.
So the Health Division is presenting a resolution for the Board of Directors' consideration related to the 2026 budgets. There are 69 cost centers that are all encompassed within this resolution.
Okay, thank you, James. Any questions or comments from the board? This is obviously something that we previously workshopped a couple times. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to your next resolution, which is Health Division, Public Health Emergency Preparedness, 2026 acceptance.
This resolution for consideration is related to the MDHHS support of $219,000 for the PHEP program.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to your last resolution for this evening, approving data sharing agreement.
Good evening or afternoon, everybody. I'm Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. This resolution is to request the Board of Directors to consider and approve the agreement to allow the exchange of data between the Health Division and the University of Michigan School of Social Work for a research project.
Okay, appreciate it. Questions or comments from the board? Rob.
Could you elaborate a little bit on what the data is?
The data that we collected is focused on collecting data related to tribal members and the benefits of traditional practices related to like food sovereignty practices. So that would be like obviously hunting, fishing, foraging, gardening, and checking how that impacts individuals' health with the focus on diabetic patients. And there will be, one of the interesting things I did not know about, the study will evaluate the use of skin carotenoids measured with a non-invasive tool called a Vegimeter, which could provide us nutritional information on nutritional predictors for future health within that population. So there will be kind of that realm. I do have Dr. Madri here as well, who is
Want me to
here
jump in, Joel?
for technical questions
Right.
such as
I get
this.
it. Yeah,
But
thank you.
it is related to food. Yeah, and if she's willing to come
on
up
up here.
and answer, that's fine.
All right, so if you guys haven't met my wife, that's Dr. Marjorie in the back. So basically, Unit 1 authorized funding to do a venison drive. My wife is doing a research project through her official position through the University of Michigan, just to figure out some qualitative data regarding what that means to tribal members. What she wants to do is cross-reference that with data from the health division to make a case that if you practice treaty rights, if you eat venison, if you eat wild game, you'll have better health outcomes as a result of that. The end goal is to create a paper that will be published in an academic journal.
And a community report.
Yeah, and a community report. And it could potentially bring funding, so Unit 1 wouldn't have to use cultural enhancement dollars to fund the venison drive next year, and it could be expanded potentially to the rest of the tribe. So there's a lot of organizations in the state that want there to be fewer deer, like the Michigan Farm Bureau, because deer cause damage to crops. So if the research is good, they could potentially fund an extension of this program throughout the entire tribe. That way, each one of your units can have deer processed and, distributed to your membership free of charge.
Well, she's here, would she like to say anything?
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you all for having me. So the data sharing agreement that's up for resolution today, the unique thing about this is we're asking to share data back with the tribe. So as a researcher, we collect the data, and very technically speaking, when I, as a representative of the University of Michigan, collect data, University of Michigan then considers that their property. Obviously, I don't think that's right, and I think the data should belong to you all, to the tribe, to be able to use that data how you guys wish. And so what this data sharing agreement does is it gives me ability to share that data back with you all in a way that makes sense for the health division to use for future projects, and so you all have access to it. So that's kind of the data sharing agreement part of it. And then we have a few research projects sort of in the works that have IRB approval through the Sioux tribe I'm happy to answer questions about.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, I would just want to say it's an honor for us to have the opportunity for Dr. Marjorie to do this work. I've read all of her journals, articles, and followed her career very closely. But the reason why I really support this is because of the focused attention on tribal data sovereignty and protecting our information. But also it fits very nicely with our Indigenous Food Sovereignty Committee and their focus, especially on how those foods can help us in our dietary lives to improve outcomes, especially with diabetes. I'm diabetic now, especially with diabetes. And then finally, I wanted to share that the information that we will gather from the data that they're collecting will be instrumental for us to be able to write solid justification for grant applications to expand our food sovereignty purpose in our tribe. So I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you guys, appreciate it. Okay, so the next resolution is application to the 2026 BIA Circle of Flight. Danny?
Yep, we're seeking approval from the Board of Directors to apply for up to $100,000 from the Bureau of Indian Affairs Circle of Flight program. This is an annual program that's released, and they usually focus on monoman or wild rice restoration and conservation and migratory birds. So our proposal would further support our work in the coastal wetlands of the St. Mary's River and Straits area.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Any questions, comments from the board? All right, we'll move on to the next resolution, which is application to the 2026 BIA Great Lakes Restoration Initiative.
So this is one of the most important funding pots for our division annually. This work supports, as the title says, restoration and conservation actions in the Great Lakes Basin in alignment with their action plan. Usually our fisheries, wildlife, and NRD administrative staff benefit from this, and we use these proposals to continue working on the initiatives that we already have established, whether that's our Hemiboreal Forest Initiative and work on the Hiawatha National Forest, our work in the St. Mary's River with Monoman, or supporting our grants manager that helps keep our 50-some cost centers organized.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments here? Isaac?
Hey, I just wanted to bring up, and I don't know if he's looked at it before, but Mission Creek down by St. Mary's River used to be a spawning ground. Well, the fish can't come up through the creek there anymore.
Yeah.
I used to, well, we still live there, and we used to catch all kinds of fish right in the creek. So I don't know why we wouldn't want to restore that. Also, there's Duck Lake and Little Duck Lake, right? Little Duck Lake doesn't have access again because there was a big beaver dam put across there. So, and I know we used to, as kids, go there and fish for perch every spring. I mean, and it was abundant back then. So I'm just hoping those two things are on your agenda and can be looked at because I think it's very imperative.
They're absolutely on our radar, including water quality monitoring in Mission Creek. Not that we couldn't expand that to consider some on-the-ground restoration there. And through ongoing agreements with the U of M, I think we have future opportunities to carry out work in the Little Duck Lake area and Duck Lake in the future. I sunk my kayak there a couple years ago. Yep. I got it out, but.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks, Danny. Looks like, does that conclude all of them? Did I miss the last one?
I've got
Contract
one
with U of
Eric
MCs?
that I was going to have Eric
Okay,
join for.
yep. So the last resolution would be contract with U of MCs for academic support with the Hemi Boreal Decision Support Project.
Okay, thanks. Eric Clark with the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience. For those who don't know me, this is part of we received a $1.4 million award from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service last year. Part of that award is some focus on workforce development, and so there's a big chunk of that $1.4 million was $585,000 to support a master's student, a PhD student, and a postdoc researcher to support that work on the Hemi Boreal Decision Support Project. So this would just be approval to enter into that contract that's embedded in that grant application and award that you guys have already approved.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions, comments from the board? Isaac?
Just a comment not pertaining to this. Should be moving in soon?
To the building?
Yeah.
I think that's a Danny question.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious.
Current estimates are around April.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. Good
And
to
we,
hear.
we do hope to have a grand opening of some sort once we're all in there.
Awesome.
Wild game feast or something?
If we can have a potluck, yeah.
I think Dr. Maudry's bringing the deer.
She didn't
And
get
the,
a deer, she shot an
And
elk.
the elk.
I shot her deer.
Ethical carnivores, we're roadkill.
All right, guys, so that's all the resolutions that we have for this evening. So that brings us to new business. First item under new business is committee appointment / resignation / removal. So first off, enrollment committee, Kim Gravel is seeking reappointment. Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you for your service on there, Kim. I'll be supporting you there. Let's move on to Child Welfare Committee. Sherry O'Crady is seeking a resignation. Any discussion there? Kelly Sherry, they're seeking her removal. Any questions there?
There is a committee along with its attorney, just in
Okay, so I'm not seeing any questions there either. So that looks like it's all the committee appointments, resignations, and removals. Does anyone want to cover board concerns before the meeting starts? All right, guys, then we shall be on recess until 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and call this regularly scheduled meeting to order. We shall start with roll call, please.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton. Rob McGrory.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here in person, present.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Present.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
I'm here. Okay, everyone, we have a quorum. On
Need a
today's
motion-
agenda,
Motion to excuse Kim.
okay, there's a
Second.
motion and support to excuse Kim Hampton from tonight's meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries and her absence is excused. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation with Gerard from Traditional Medicine. We have membership participation. We have minutes from 1/6 of 26 and 1/20 of 26. And we have the following resolutions. We have Nuns Creek Rehab, establish FY26 budget. We have GLRI, monitor/restore, establish FY26 budget. We have Black Tern and Mud Puppy, establish FY26 budget. We have Health Division FY26 budget document. We have accept 2026 Public Health Emergency Prep. We have approved data share agreement with U of M. We have application 2026 BIA Circle of Flight. We have application 2026 BIA Great Lakes Restoration. We have contract U of M Seas Hemi-Boreal Project. And under new business, we have committee appointment/resignation/removal and board concerns. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Lana. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to the first item, which is invocation with Gerard.
Minnow Nakwig, I guess, or Shkanakwig, middle of the day. It's freaking cold out. What they might say is, Nintage is Sina Kojin, it's really cold. Yesterday, we always hear about groundhogs, kukjish. One of the things I'm always reminded about is the bear, and about when it miles up in midwinter. That is usually the time of year where bears give birth. And a lot of us, we misconnect on that birth. We assume that it's halfway through winter and they roll over and the medicine shifts. No, the medicine shifts when the cubs are born, when they come out in the springtime. And yesterday, I was home on the weekend, and I was coming back to work on Sunday, and my teacher's granddaughter says, Pops hasn't ate in 3 days. So I turned around, and I spent the day with him yesterday, and Sunday night with him. And a lot of it is grief. My Aunt Luella and his wife June, they're sisters, and Luella died in November in 1985, and June died in December in 1985. So some 50 years later, it comes back and kicks you. And that's what a lot of the work that we do can come and kick you. And it's when we stand together and work together and live together, it eases the kicks. And on my reflection drive back last night, 9 hours, and snow and freezing rain and cold, I had a chance to really reflect at the innocence of this community in a natural time years ago. And somebody asked me, what is that like in transition from a traditional time to a new time? And the only transition that took place from an era of old time to new time is that medicine that goes around. That cleansing medicine, that spirit medicine. And then this community, along with other communities, they had a pipe ceremony, several pipe ceremonies. And they put their tobacco in the universe, that stone, and they breathed it in through the stem, through the trees, and the air through the winds, and the water for saliva. That was the complete ceremony. And then they winged it with the mighty messenger, the eagle. And sometimes we don't hear that, or sometimes we don't listen to that about it isn't just a pipe ceremony. It's a connective to everything around us, above us, and underneath us. And so when we gather, and it's really nice that Gilmore Austin come along and gave me some tobacco. And it's really nice that people trust me enough to come and speak with kindness. But sometimes we don't hear that part of ceremony. Sometimes we don't really realize that in the innocence of regardless of what's going on, there is a calmness through a natural tranquility of understanding how old we are. So I wanted to share that as an opening, is that where sometimes we forget our sacredness, and sometimes we abandon our innocence, and yet our communities are so beautiful. Regardless of where we are in First Nations or First Tribes or First Aboriginals or whatever, is that we're a really beautiful, kind human being. And we have to maintain that kindness, because the greatest intimidator to anybody with weapons is a kind heart. And understanding that is, in our history, we've never been violent. There isn't a time in our society where we ever became violent, because that's not us as an Anishinaabe. We stand on the lines with a hand drum. We stand in the lines of fire with a shaker. We stand in the lines of fire with a tobacco tie, because we've never had to pick up a weapon to defend us, because our prayer and our ceremonies is our army. And we always have to remind ourselves, even when we don't get along with the sound guy, just kidding, we still have to be kind. Because kindness is what's gonna get us to where we have to be. We don't have to be like the rest of society. Where we, because this is I-500 weekend, right? I'll see that all weekend, right? So I want to sing this song for us about, I said a word to a couple of people today. Kawini in the zombie, right? Or they can say the other way part of it too is Westmano or Kagema Mekajik. Kenaya on the Mekajik is you don't have to bother with that. And the other one is Westmano is don't let it bother you. And sometimes we can't throw it away. But we have to that's what we would say at home. That part of that about Anishinaabe Nibnigig is we're a very strong standing being of unknowns. That each and every one of us has an unknown gift and an unknown medicine. And when you visit the community, those older ones, they still remember their gifts and their medicines. So again, from a trespasser that comes to the innocence of community, it's an honor to be a pleasure of being here with you. So miigwech.
Thank you, Jared. The item that we're currently on is membership participation. So as Sioux Tribe citizens, you have the right to address your board of directors, and this is the opportunity to do so. So we give tribal citizens 5 minutes to address the board. It's not a back and forth. If you guys need answers, then we'll connect you with professional staff to provide you with those answers. If you need more time, that exceeds 5 minutes, my office is open. I have an open door policy. I can give you guys a call. And all of our board members have been assigned tribally issued cell phones as well. So if you guys want to speak with us, this is Michelle Moore. She has some membership participation forms. Just raise your hand and she can help you fill them out. But I have a couple right now. Okay. So the first one would be from Sandy Sawyer.
Good evening. I'm usually speaking at you guys through that screen, so it's good to be here, but hard to get here during the school day. And I'm going to be talking fast because 5 minutes isn't that much time to get through my thing here. So, good evening. I am here tonight for two reasons. First, to clarify statements made during the January 20th board meeting that I found deeply offensive as they relate to Malcolm High School and the use of BIE funding. Second, to defend and recognize the exceptional educators and colleagues I work alongside with at Surrey Public Schools. I want to be very clear, I'm not here to disparage anyone, nor am I here to undermine the development of the Academy of Excellence High School. I'm just here to speak truth supported by documentation, timelines, and direct communication regarding some accusations made during the board meeting on the 20th. During that board meeting, statements were made referencing red flags allegedly raised by the Bureau of Indian Education. These comments were troubling not only because of the content, but because during the JKL closed session fiduciary meeting, which they were made, I was on hold waiting to rejoin the meeting after the closed session, and at any time I could have been invited back to clarify any concerns. Instead, I learned of these accusations while watching the live stream and later reading comments on Facebook. During that meeting, a board member stated approximately 6 or 7 years ago, the fiduciary committee was not supportive of creating a high school, but was supportive of contracting with Malcolm. Referenced the BIE director visit showing Mr. Dearman around, and questions were raised about where the 9th and 10th graders were housed. Was suggested that the director was unaware and unhappy with the high school not being on the JKL campus, which I was very confused about, as this directly conflicted documentation we had, because the agenda we received, he was at Malcolm prior to being at JKL that day. Also, if the BIE reviewed and approved the proposal, it's unclear how they would not have known the services were being delivered at a separate site. It was also stated that Malcolm only reports 9th graders and may be receiving funding beyond actual enrollment, specifically referencing 41 appropriations. It was even suggested publicly that Malcolm may need to be audited. For the public record, Malcolm High School has been audited 3 separate times by the Bureau of Indian Education and has never had a single finding. Our timeline for the process of the BIP approved student counts to ensure there's no confusion. In August 2015, we were approached by the fiduciary committee to discuss a contract as an extension of the grant school. March 2016, we met with Dr. Hall, myself, and the fiduciary committee to discuss the proposal. August of 2017, Mr. Dearman toured Malcolm High School, met with Dr. Hall, board member Rob McCrory, and me regarding potential programming. And in December of 2027, a contract was finalized for the 2017-2018 school year. The approved enrollment rules were as follows. 2017-18, we were allowed 9th graders plus older students who lacked sufficient credits. We reported 22 students. 2019, we had approval for the grant to begin counting 10th graders based on a 12 credit threshold. We reported 19 students. October 2020, the approval expanded to 11th grade, and we were told we no longer needed credits to verify that we could count any 9th through 11th grader at that time, and we recorded 24 students. In October of 2021, we had 22 students, and then October of 2022, we were able to expand to the 12th graders, but using a credit threshold at that point. The following February of 2024, we were directed that we could count all 9th through 12th grade students regardless of credits. So at every stage, expansions were only implemented after direct instruction from the Bureau liaison or the Bureau itself. For financial compliance, we only use funds to supplement and not supplant services as per the contract. When unsure, I proactively seek approval every time. Our attendance is uploaded into the Bureau system weekly by a JKL employee, not a Sioux Schools employee. And every student count requires full documentation, and if the documentation of tribal verification is missing, funding is not provided. Malcolm submitted and continues to submit weekly attendance reports and budgets for approval. I will be honest, I'm both saddened and confused by the executive order that was talked about after the last fiduciary meeting. My issue of accusations were made publicly, and I take tremendous pride in my building and serving the community as principal of Malcolm High School. The process for the BIE grant school has always been simple and transparent. Students enroll, documentation is submitted, attendance is reported weekly, and the Bureau determines eligibility. If there were red flags, I wish they would have been addressed immediately and directly with me. I met with Mr. Dearman before, and as was stated in the January 20 media, he is generous with his time and responsive, and I fully intend to address any concerns he may have. I want it clearly stated that neither I nor my school have done anything wrong. We have followed every directive given to us by our Bureau liaison or the Bureau itself. I recognize that JKL is in a unique situation and possibly one of the only arrangements involving both a tribal school and a PSA academy. And per the executive order, the interpretation by the Bureau is that external partnerships with public education are not permitted. But I was a little confused, as it was stated, it was never confirmed nor denied running simultaneously with the public school academy. So I guess I just asked the question, does the JKL Public School Academy fall under the executive order also? Also, there was reference to a 2000 Michigan State University study on Native student outcomes. While the concerns rise are real and historic, I encourage the board to consider current Michigan school data. Surrey Public Schools' current graduation rate for the last 3 years is between 83 and 87%, and with the dropout rate being around 10.75%. So we can see we have come leaps and bounds in the last 25 years, and we truly have formed great partnerships with the tribe, which has been beneficial to all. I encourage anyone with questions to review the My School Data Reporting System. This is a platform that all schools must report to. It provides transparent, comparable information for all Michigan schools. It was stated in that meeting that JCAL serves 60 to 75% Native students, but according to the platform, the highest Native population was from 2021 and was 54%, and last school year was the lowest being 47.76% in 2022. There is a category for 2 or more races, so some Native students may fall under that, but again, even adding those numbers, it never exceeds 56%. If you want to dig into specific scores reported by the ISD for local testing, you will see that at each grade level, Sioux schools and JKL are very comparable in most academic areas, and Native students in both schools are performing at the same or better in several categories. One other statement that I want to address was that students with disabilities receive better accommodations at JKL than in public schools. I'm not sure how to define better, as accommodations are determined by an IEP team and governed by federal law, not preference. Sioux Area Public Schools has highly skilled special education department, strong links in peer-to-peer programming. We are involved in Project Search and robust CT and vocational programming. That one hit a little close to home, as my husband is a special education teacher at Sioux Area Public Schools, and I see firsthand the professionalism and care with the students they serve, with him and his team and the students they serve. As I wrap up, I do want to thank Board Member Rob McCrory for reminding you as a board to please consider all students, not just those in one building or system. I am well aware that the BIE money is for a specific grant school and can only be used there. But public education does operate with limited resources, and if there's any additional funding sources that can support Native students in all units, wherever they are educated, I sincerely hope those options are pursued. And lastly, I do want to agree with one important point that was made during the meeting on the 20th. It was stated, our choice for our people should not be the alternative education system. It should not be the last dropout or the last step to dropping out. I couldn't agree more, but alternative education has changed. It is no longer a last resort. For some, yes, but it's truly an environment where students thrive, they have access to rigorous coursework, they can build confidence and participate in dual enrollment in college courses if and when they are ready. We are far from the days of just being the school for dropouts. So as I stated earlier, my goal was not to put anyone or any entity down. I wanted to correct the public record, defend my staff and building and colleagues who work every day hard to make education better for all students, tribal and non-tribal, and ensure decisions that affect students and educators moving forward are based on facts and not assumptions. And lastly, to advocate for all Native students regardless of which building they attend. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you for being here, Sandy. I hope you guys don't mind me allowing her going over 5 minutes. She was the only one here, and you deserve to say what you had to say, so
Thank
much
you.
appreciated. All right, so that concludes all the membership participation forms that were submitted. So let's move into minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 1/6 of 26 and 1/20 of 26. Motion made by Isaac and supported by Rob. Any discussion on these 2 minutes? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. So that brings us to resolutions. The first one on today's agenda is Nuns Creek Rehab, establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget for Nuns Creek Rehab Hatchery with federal BIA revenue of $123,000, no effect on tribal support.
All right, motion by Isaac, supported by Larry. Danny?
As stated, this budget supports our hatchery resources and specifically builds in a much-needed tractor and replacing doors out at our current facility.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Tyler LaPlante.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac. Lana.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is GLRI Monitor/Restore, establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget for GLRI monitoring and restoration of St. Mary's River with federal BIA revenue of $242,995.80, no effect on tribal support.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And supported by Larry. Danny?
This budget will support our ongoing coastal wetland restoration work in the St. Mary's River as well as the Straits and Les Chenaux areas. It will support a Wildlife Bio 1, a Wildlife Bio 2, necessary supplies, as well as a contract for invasive species removal.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next resolution is Black Tern and Mud Puppy, establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby amends Resolution 2025-248 to correct the date pattern from January through December to October through September to follow the grant dates. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the governmental CFO and Budget Department to perform any administrative budget modification necessary to carry out the intent of amending Resolution 2025-248. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget for Black Tern and Mud Puppy with federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service revenue of $81,804.27. No effect on tribal support.
A motion from Isaac.
Support.
And supported by Lana. Danny?
Realize that was a long one, but this budget was originally established with a January to December date pattern, and so we're changing that to match the grant date patterns of October through September. Further, this was an award from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Coastal Program. We'll support a Wildlife Bio 1, a portion of a Wildlife Bio 2, a field tech in the coming summer, and again, builds on our existing coastal initiative work.
We appreciate it. Questions, comments from the board? Start with Isaac.
Hey, can you just explain how they fit in, the mud puppy and black tern fit into the ecosystem?
Yeah, sure. So,
Bird citizens.
black terns, we focus a lot of our black tern work in Munisquam Bay. And Munisquam, folks have actually pointed to the name Munisquam, reflecting that it was the Bay of Rushes. And so bulrush used to be a really dominant species. Black terns are a colonial water bird that nest using the vegetative material, usually bulrush that's been senesced and passed on, and they build their nests on floating debris from previous years. Munisquam, for example, has been invaded by non-native cattail, and they're actually wondering if that impacts other colonial water birds similar to black terns. Interestingly, we're seeing that they're using the non-native cattail for nesting platforms. And also, while black terns across the state have been, and the region, have been in decline, with some upticks in Ontario, Munisquam Bay is one of the, if not the largest breeding colony in the state of Michigan. But they're good indicators of vegetation health, so as well as sufficient water quality to support them. Similarly, mud puppies actually serve as a host for an important native mussel. So I know we talk a lot about non-native mussels, but mud puppies actually play host to a native mussel, and they're indicative of healthy substrate and nesting material. And I know many ice fishers, right, if they've pulled up mud puppies, historically they've tossed them. We actually put them back in there. Again, they're a species we can study to better understand the impacts that we're having in the rivers.
Yeah, and I just wanted you to say that because don't kill them, right?
No, we ask you to please put them back. Take a photo.
They are ugly, but don't kill them. They are beneficial.
I think they are the Great Lakes hellbender, and if you don't know what a hellbender is, I encourage you to Google it after the meeting. They're really cool. And yep, you've probably seen our flyers around town because we're currently working to gather data on existing mud puppy locations. They're also a species in decline. And so if you can record your GPS location of where you see them and then gently put them back in your ice fishing hole, that would be great. That'd be appreciated. Janet was sharing a spot with me during agenda review. if you heard us talking.
Let me know if she's catching anything other than mud puppies, I'll be there. All right, so thank you for the explanation.
Yep.
So any other questions, comments? All right, roll call, please.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana? Isaac?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thanks, Danny. The next resolution is Health Division FY26 budget document.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget document for the Health Division totaling $70,373,399.
Motion by Isaac, support by Rob. James?
This resolution before the Board of Directors is for consideration and approval for the 69 cost centers for the 2026 budget.
Okay, appreciate it. Any questions, comments from the board? We obviously have workshopped every single resolution that's on today's agenda, sometimes multiple times. All right, roll call, please.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Motion carries. Appreciate it, James. Appreciate all the hard work from you as well, Joel. The next resolution is accept 2026 public health emergency prep.
Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the Health Division acceptance of for the PHEP grant agreement funds in the amount of $219,944. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Health Division CEO or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Okay, motion from Isaac, and support by Rob. James, Joel?
This resolution before the Board of Directors is for consideration of the acceptance of the $219,000 from MDHHS for the Emergency Preparedness Program. It allows us to move forward with specific projects and also fund the staff member that's in this program.
Okay, appreciate it. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Isaac? Yes. Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is approved data share agreement with U of M.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors approves a data sharing agreement between the tribe and the University of Michigan School of Social Work on behalf of the tribe's health division. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Health Division CEO or their designee to execute any and all documents to carry out the intent of this resolution. Motion.
Support.
So we have a motion and support. Joel?
This is a resolution, Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. This is a resolution to respectfully ask the Board of Directors to consider and approve the agreement to allow the exchange of data between the Health Division and the University of Michigan School of Social Work for the purpose of beneficial research between the two parties.
Appreciate it, Joel. Questions, comments from the board? Tyler?
Just want to say that I'm proud of you, Tara, for the work that you do and are trying to do for our tribe.
Appreciate it. Anyone else? Hearing none. Those in support?
Hey, my hand's up.
Oh, sorry, Aaron. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just going to echo what I said earlier today, that the work that's being done is directly related to tribal data sovereignty and protecting our data, and it's also consistent with our Indigenous Food Sovereignty Committee and the work that they're working on. And the results of this data will be extremely valuable for the tribe when we write justifications for seeking federal grant funds to expand our Indigenous food sovereignty efforts. So thank you, Dr. Madhu.
Okay, anybody else? All right, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is application 2026 BIA Circle of Flight.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $100,000 in BIA Circle of Flight funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Danny?
I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. For those on Teams or Zoom, my name is Danny Fagan. I'm the director for the Natural Resources Division. We're seeking approval to apply to Circle of Flight. This funding program through the Bureau of Indian Affairs supports monoman or wild rice work, as well as work to act as good stewards for migratory birds.
Okay, appreciate it. Any questions, comments from the board? Aaron?
No, that's last time, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, seeing no hands, we will do roll call.
Lana,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac. Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
and Tyler.
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is application 2026 BIA Great Lakes Restoration.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $4,500,000 in BIA Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution. Motion.
Support.
Okay, motion and support. Danny?
We're seeking approval to apply to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Great Lakes Restoration Initiative program. This program has historically supported fisheries, wildlife, and division-level staff engaged in work ranging from whitefish rearing to engaging in prescribed fire on the national forests.
Okay, appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the board? Isaac?
Hey, Danny, I just want to, like I had mentioned earlier, Little Duck Lake, we want to take a look at maybe restoring so we can have the spawning of fish in there again, and also Mission Creek.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands, roll call, please.
Isaac.
Yes.
Oops. Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. That brings us to the last resolution on today's agenda, as titled Contract U of MC's Hemi-Boreal Project.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding a professional services contract to UMCs for the period January 10, 2026 through December 31, 2028, in the amount not to exceed $585,000 to support one postdoctoral researcher, one PhD student, and one master's student in furtherance of the Hemi-Boreal Decision Support Project. Be it further resolved that the NRD and CCER are authorized to administer the contract, charge allowable costs to approve budget and/or grants, and ensure compliance with reporting, audit records, IP, and other applicable requirements. Be it finally resolved, the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to enter into and execute the contract and to sign any and all necessary supporting documents necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution. Motion.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Tyler. Danny?
Yep, we're seeking approval to develop and enter into a contract with U of MCs supporting 2 students and a postdoc to advance ongoing work. Ultimately, through this work and supporting our ongoing Hemi-Boreal Decision Support Project, we hope to be best informed to, contribute to land management decisions within the 1836 ceded territory, ultimately benefiting treaty rights exercised by our tribal members.
Appreciate it. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Tyler,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
That concludes, thank you, all the resolutions that we have on tonight's agenda, which moves us to new business. The item is committee appointments /resignations/removals. The first committee is the Enrollment Committee. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to reappoint Kimberly Gravel to a 4-year term to this committee.
Motion.
Motion from Lana, support by Isaac. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Child Welfare Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the resignation of Sherry O'Crotty and accept the removal of Kelly Shirley from this committee. Okay, motion from Mike, support by Isaac. Any discussion here? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to board concerns. Does anyone have any?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, so I originally today submitted 3 issues, and one of the issues, legal responded to me ahead of time, so I appreciate that and clarified something, but that does bring up some additional questions. Legal provided a copy of a resolution, Resolution 2024-33, approved on January 16th, 2024. 8 members were 8 voted for it, 0 against it, and 2 abstained. And the issue was that the tribe would pay back the CARES Act funds used by the now infamous modular trailer for $76,468.75, and it was to transfer tribal ops or tribal support dollars to reimburse the CARES Act for this funding. And so that raises questions about what was the reason why the board voted to reimburse the CARES Act for those funds. I think the answers are self-evident, but I won't conclude that. So I want to know that. And then I also want to suggest or remind everybody that in the past, when we have had either misappropriations or embezzlement over $50,000, we involved the BI criminal investigator and the FBI unit. And in one case, it led to an indictment and actually 2 cases, incarceration. So my question is, when the board voted in 2024, January 2024, did we believe that a crime was committed? Did we act to reimburse? Did we make referral to the FBI or the BI criminal investigative unit? I've also been asking, since I've been back in office, if we have communicated with Treasury on whether or not we violated the CARES Act. And now I kind of understand that we acknowledge that we did, because otherwise we would not have voted to reimburse those funds. But I still do not have an answer. The CFO at the time, who's no longer working for us, kept telling us repeatedly they were working on it, they were working on it. I do have a friend higher up in the U.S. Treasury, and I asked if we had made any inquiries, I wasn't specific, but any inquiries of misappropriations or expenditures of CARES Act. It was confirmed to me that we have not made that contact. So I want to know if that's going to happen and what's going to be done about this, because the tribe did vote to reimburse, but I want to know whether or not we did reimburse Treasury for those CARES Act funds. So that's my ongoing question. So moving on to issue 2.
No, I made that.
And I know that we don't get a response back when we share these, and that's the way this works. But so I'm not asking for an answer right now. Issue 2, I'd like a report on whether or not a tribal board member directed. I'm sorry, I'm being interrupted. Is that might be out of order?
You can keep going, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning any names. I hope from the board table there's not an attempt to cover this up. I'm asking for a report on whether or not a tribal board member directed bridge fare reimbursements for non-high rollers outside of any casino promotion. Currently, I did check. We don't have any casino promotion for non-high roller players. So if a board member, I want to know if it happens, so it's a big if it did happen, that a board member addressed our marketing staff and directed them to start issuing that, if that happened, and if it happened, what do we do about it? Because board members do not have that kind of authority. I cannot direct marketing to start reimbursing my friends for travel reimbursement, so I want to know if that happened. If it happened, what do we do about it? So issue number 3 is I've been asking, or it has been over 3 years now since the Lansing Casino deal fell through, And the city of Lansing, they are the ones that informed us they no longer wanted to extend our agreement, but the agreement that we did have with them contemplated that if we don't go forward, that we are to be reimbursed for the money that we invested there. I think it's upward of several hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's 3 years later, so I've been asking since I got back for a report on what's happening with that. I asked this question just last week. I was told that we'll get on it now, but it's been over 3 years. I've been asking for a year and a half. Those funds, if they were in the elder or the land claims fund, would have meant an increased amount in the dividend for the elders. So I don't know what the delay is, but we need to follow up on this because that is our money. It belongs to the land claims fund, and we need to work on getting those funds reimbursed. Now, if I'm wrong on that, if it already got reimbursed and we just don't know it, then I'll stand corrected on that, but that needs to happen. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, before I call on Lana, does anyone else have any board concerns for this evening? Okay, Lana.
Yeah, this is probably just a flashback of 2023, when for an entire year we heard about the trailer. I guess the only question I have, and I didn't vote on that resolution, I was in Munson with my dad when he was having surgery. I didn't even know it was on there. For the way I understand it, it was put on there that evening, and wasn't noticed to the membership to put it on. But what we've been told this far is that resolution was passed to alert the Treasury that we wanted to know if the funds were misused. And I guess my question is now, Ryan, have we been alerted that the funds have been misused? And did we pay the money back? So a lot of assumptions were made about fraud and embezzlement and criminal action. And I lived this the entire 2023 year. So we need something stated. Did we pay the money back? Did we get a response from the Treasury? Are we gonna go through this the entire year again?
So I have not seen anything from Treasury come across my desk. I've asked Holly, I flagged it for her earlier today to see what we may have done on our end. I do not know the answer yet. If former CFO had talked to Treasury or if we paid any money, I don't think so. Looks like Holly's coming up to help me out here. But I have not had anything come across the legal department's desk from Treasury saying that we were in violation of anything. No.
When that resolution was passed, we did record a payable on the books of the CARES funds. That is still sitting there, so those funds have not been paid back. And I can tell you that I have to sift through paperwork to see if I can find a case number or anything indicating that we contacted Treasury. I cannot answer that right now.
Mr. Chairman?
Hold on, Aaron. Bill, do you have anything to add?
No, my understanding is exactly what Holly just mentioned. We did make the necessary adjustments back in '23 to do what the resolution called for. We charged tribal operations for the cost of the home and put those funds back into the CARES. And as Holly mentioned, my understanding is we tried to make contact, and whether we heard from somebody back or not, I'm not sure, but we'll go through the records left in the office down at admin and see what we can find out, and then take the proper steps to determine where this stands.
So what I would recommend doing is just passing a motion to publish that memo. So we asked our previous legal department to do a memo on this, to basically ask their 2 cents. Was this an appropriate use of CARES Act funds? We all know what their conclusion was. Just publish it and put it out there. We had a lengthy conversation today about tribal members having the right to access certain information and about transparency. Put it out there and be done with it. Good, bad, or indifferent. If you take some lickings over it, go ahead and just be done with it. That's what my recommendation would be. There's already a legal memo out on it. So, Aaron, then I want to get out of here.
Yeah, so I want to clarify something. It was falsely stated a moment ago that the board voted to contact Treasury. So, or maybe it did happen. So, Ryan, if you could help me locate that in the board record, if it was by motion potentially to avoid referendum, or if there's another resolution that did that. But the resolution that I'm referencing reads, the Board of Directors, et cetera, hereby approves FY 2023 expenditure of $76,468.75 in travel operations to reimburse the CARES Act fund that were originally utilized for emergency housing. And as the chairman said, everybody at this table has read the outcome of the December 12, 2023 investigative report done by General Counsel Schlehuber. And so I'm going to bring to the next board meeting a motion to release that information, including the attachments of the emails back and forth from individuals to staff asking if we could use the
Point of
CARES Act
information,
funds.
I think they're already online.
So I'm going to ask for that to happen because that information should be made public. When it does happen, you will understand why the board voted in January of 2023 to reimburse those funds. And then the next question is, since the board voted on that, who's derelict for not having paid those dollars back? My suspicion is that there's a concern by reporting that information and submitting that to Treasury that will lead to an internal investigation with Treasury, and then they will want to know exactly what happened. And so that might be the right reason why it hasn't been reported. But here you have a resolution, and you have the staff that had just acknowledged that this resolution did pass. It did say we're going to pay back the CARES Act, which suggests that it was spent inappropriately, and the tribal members deserve to know why. No more covers up. Cover ups. Thank you.
All right. Any objection to this meeting adjourning? Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. See you guys next Tuesday.